Hi, we're about to start, everyone, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, my lovelies. Today we are doing a live with Lizzie, which is the Learn with Lizzie. So I've done in-person classes quite a few times before, but I've never done a virtual one. So here we go, and we are going to be using the Full of Woe kit, which was a fully prepped kit. You should have all received them by now. I've been sending out emails and we didn't have any issues, so I'm really hopeful that today's going to be super smooth. Just to give you an expectation, we're going to make through 10 cards from start to finish. I have done some prep work for this kit, but you'll be able to see everything. If you weren't able to get your hands on a kit, you should be able to recreate something similar at home. There are items from this kit that are exclusive, but if you are making today and you want to be able to make more in our next release, you will be able to get some of the top-up products. I'm going to run through what was in all of the kits and the additional products that I used to be able to make the kit. So we're going to flip down. So this was what your kit looked like when it arrived with you. Now I have prepped my 10 cards off to one side in little baskets now. So we are going to open up and go through. Now, please excuse how lean the ephemera looks. It's because I've taken out the pieces that are sat here and popped them into the associated pots. But we have got lots of pieces of ephemera, and this is all that is going to be left over as well. This is your keepies forever from this kit. So it was a whole pack of ephemera came in there. You have a thank you die, which we're going to use, and obviously you'll be able to keep and hold on to forever. Now, in this pack, there were also 3 long pieces, but I have prepped those into their associated packs. But these are the 3 sheets of peel-offs that we will be using. So we have Gold Mirror Mini Circle, Gold Moon Dust Mini Twinkle, and Pinstripe White with Gold Finish. Those 3 there. This was the bag that all of your die cut and prep pieces and your ribbons were in. So we can pop that to one side now. And then here we have the patterned paper pack and your card bases. So I did send an email out earlier this week offering that if you wanted to do some prep, this would be a great thing to do, and that is to score your card bases and organise your pots. So we're doing side folds. For all of these, there are 10, so they're going to be standard A2. For the prep work, if you haven't had a look, this is the time to have a look now. But for the prep work, I used the stitched arches, and I used the background builder too. This large one is the one that I used from there. So majoritively, I measured and cut so that everything would fit fine. Let me just quickly run you through the papers. Isn't she adorable? I absolutely love Wednesday Addams. I used to love her as a little girl, and I love her even now I'm a big girl. So these are the pattern papers. You've got a mixture of character papers and then backgrounds. Absolutely love this one. It's so pretty. I love the window. The Enid Wednesday combination is brilliant. Some stripes. A repeating pattern again on the dark background. Bloody script. Then we have the cello and some hands on the typewriter. Bit of a bloody background there again. The spiders. We have that's the print from her dress, just in case anyone was unsure of. It's almost like skull and crossbones, but really gentle. Another spider web pattern. The dahlias over the text, and then we have the front cover. So in total, including the front cover, there is 13 sheets. Now most people would say, well no, there's only 12 sheets, but we're going to actually use the front cover on a card today to show you that we don't need to have any waste. So that's the kit. Those are the extra bits and pieces. going to start off by jumping into card number 1. Now, this is how I've prepped. I'm hoping that if you haven't prepped your cards, that you're able to identify. This is the medium-sized dahlia, so not the largest and not the smallest from your kit ephemera. This is a vellum, self-adhesive vellum stitched circle that we prepped for you, and this is a sentiment stripper. So there's a few of these in your kit bag, so you'll need one of those. The card that we're going to make is really quite a simple one. We're going to start off nice and easy, and I absolutely love this sentiment. Of course, I haven't got my stamp set here. That's really helpful, isn't it? Could you have a quick look over in that pot? Back, 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 back. Next to the whiteboard. That's it in there. Thank you very much. Okay. Right, the other thing that you have in your kit is your stamp set. Sorry, because I've been using mine. She wasn't where she belonged. Now, on the stamp set you have Wednesday, and then the sentiments are birthday, yes, happy, never. Not hugging is kind of our thing. Every day is about, and then there's a space. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. So these are quotes from the new Wednesday Addams series. But every day is about me. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. Now that is the official quote. So if you're a purist, then that's the way you would need to go. But to make it a birthday greeting, every day is about you. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. So you have you, me and you separate so that you can decide how you want that sentiment to read. But yes, that's the stamp. So, and we will be using not hugging is kind of our thing. So I'm going to do this straight away. I'm going to stamp onto my sentiment strip with not hugging is kind of our thing. So I'm hopeful that by now everybody has got their pieces out for this card. I must also hasten to add, we have got Liam on the keypad. So if you've got any questions, if I'm going too fast, if I'm going too slow, please let me know. We will have this on replay, so it's going to be really straightforward. If you need to re-watch a part, or if something I said wasn't very clear, then you can go back and double check. Also, after each 2 cards we make, we're going to take a 15-minute break, just because I can foresee this being a really long day. And I had the best of intentions. I wanted to get fancy dressed, and my gosh, I can't tell you how hot it is here today. So I'm afraid wearing a black wig and a high collar was a little bit more than I could manage. Okay, so I'm going to use a stamping platform to stamp my sentiment, and to do this I'm going to tuck the sentiment stripper right into that bottom corner, and I'm guiding it to this edge and then pushing it down on this edge, because that way I know that if I need to restamp, I know that it's in the right spot. But I'm putting my sentiment central and slightly to the right, trying to make sure it's straight. I'll pop that down there just to hold it down and press it on here. If you are more of a purist and you use an acrylic block, I would suggest that the first time you use the stamp, you stamp Versamark and then pop your black ink over the top. Now, any black ink will do. I really like VersaFine. I like the little cubes for little sentiments, because there's not a lot to get too incorrect. And I would suggest with a sentiment this fine, just tapping your ink pad so that it just kisses the stamp. Because otherwise, if you press too hard, the ink can splodge down the sides of it. It can end up all around on your MISTI, more likely than to get on your fingers. But yes, a gentle kiss, and as I say, just double check, slide it down and across, make sure it's in the right spot. And then I don't jam it down and give it a really good squish. I lightly press with a single finger, just running it along, giving it a second, making sure the ink's had a chance to transfer from the stamp to the paper. And VersaFine is brilliant because it is a pigmented ink. It is that richer black. Now, dye inks are great and they would work equally well for this. It's just that VersaFine is a preference of mine. Okay. Now, I'm happy with how dark that is. I think it's a fabulous sentiment. I'm going to wipe my stamp down. I'm going to start as I mean to go on, so that I don't end up with filthy stamps, which will cause me problems the next time I want to use them, especially when you position them using a MISTI. Okay, so I will take my strip out. I'm going to pop my stamp back. Now, in the requirements, you know, the added extras, I did put a circular die or punch, or just something circular that you can draw around. So I'm going to use a die. I'm going to pick out the pattern papers now, and I'm going to grab a card base so that we have everything ready. So we've stamped our sentiment. That is now sitting there pleasantly drying so that it's not going to smudge. We have a card base, and the papers required are going to be this one, which is Wednesday, all dancing around all over the white, and we're going to use the black cobwebs. So these are the two pieces of paper. We will also need the white pinstripe, and we will need the mini twinkle. So next up, we need to get the circle. Now, as I say, I'm going to use a stitched die, and I did pop the measurements. Essentially, all you want it to be is just slightly larger than the one we've stitched here. I didn't want to prep anyone's pattern papers, just in case they looked at the card and decided they wanted to do something slightly different, and if I've prepped their actual kit product, then they wouldn't be able to have that freedom. So that's why none of your pattern papers were prepped. So as you can see, that's the die that we used to cut that first one with. I should have identified this set as another one that we used at the beginning to prep you. So there is this one, which is ever so slightly larger. I am actually going to go one larger than that, just because I want to have a little bit of a frame. There we go. So I have picked a circle die. So as you can see, slightly larger than the vellum, but it also means that when we offset it slightly, there will be a really nice, almost like a faux moon that peeks around. So that's going to be popped on here. I always like to use a little bit of tape just to hold it down so that it doesn't go for a wander. And I will snip this. I do this just to preserve as much paper as possible and not to waste any, because it gives you the option of being able to make multiple cards. I am actually going to pop another little piece of tape, just a smaller bit. I don't need all of that. There we go. Just 2 anchors on there will hold that in its place. So now that I've got everything out and where I need it, I'm going to move it all out of the way, just so that my area is clear and you're not distracted by all of the other bits and pieces. So I use a cuttle bug when I'm doing my videos. Excuse all the tape over the handles. I do have multiple die cutting machines. Different ones are better for different things. The measurements of this circle, Jana, thank you for asking. This particular one is, just grab my ruler, approximately 3 inches. I did pop the information into the email, but if you, yeah, somewhere in the region of 3 inches. You can go a bit bigger, you can go a bit smaller. But I'm going to pop that through here. So even if you got the bottom of a coffee cup and drew around it on the reverse side, you don't have to have dies to be able to do this. And yes, it is your card. I'm showing you what I did. Okay. So now we can release, and we'll pop these up here. So we now have 2 circles, and you can set them centrally or offset them, however you see fit. So I'm going to score my card base now. As I mentioned, this is an A2 size card base. So that's 4 1/4 inches. Make sure it's pushed up as you score down. Fold, if you've scored on the top, fold into that so that you create this really lovely ridge along the inside. It looks really professional and tidy. There we go. So we have our card base. Next up, we are going to use the rest of our pattern papers to create. We're going to cut a piece of the patterned paper, and we're going to do that at 4 1/4 across by 3 3/4 down. So making sure it's the right way up, we are going to use the ruler, 4 1/4 across. Of course, my pencil has now run away from me. There we go. 4 1/4 across. Now you can, if you prefer, to go ever so slightly over 4 1/4, just to give yourself that little bit extra. It will mean trimming, but it means that you don't have to be quite so exact when you place. 4 1/4 across by 3 3/4 down, and that is inches. So that's done. Obviously, if you prefer to use dies and you've got something that is approximately that sort of size, then go ahead. But I really like using my pencil and a T-square ruler, which I'll show you from the side. I hook my T-square ruler over the side of my mat, and then I will push, there's the measurement mark here, I will push that right up against so it's completely flush on this side of the ruler, and we'll move it down. I keep the mark at the opposite end of the actual ruler, just so that there isn't any, excuse my giggling, there is a very large fly that keeps flying into the window, and it's making a head-butting sound, so sorry. Okay, so we're going to butt it up again, push the paper into. Now if you don't have a T-square ruler, let's say for this line you don't have a T-square ruler, use the lines on your grid mat. So I'm going to pop this line on the line of my mat, and then I'm going to check here and here. Now at this measurement here, that's not straight at all. And you can also look along the bottom, it's still not quite straight. Once you have that equidistant, then you lay your ruler so that you put your pencil on the mark, push the ruler up to it, line it up along that line that runs across, and then draw it in. I really like a T-square ruler because it takes out a lot of room for mistake. So, but that's how I would do it without the T-square. So now I'm going to use a long bladed scissor. These are not fancy scissors, but they are my paper scissors. I actually got these from IKEA, which is probably a little bit sacrilegious to say in crafting class. But all you need to do is keep your material ribbon and your paper ribbon, like material scissors and your ribbon scissors and your paper scissors as separate, and look after them, and it doesn't matter where they came from. So I have now chopped a piece of the patterned paper. This piece is now, because as I say, I did it slightly wider. Let's make sure we've got the card base up the right way. And we'll pop this down. Now, as I say, I did do mine slightly wider. This is a bit of a saving grace, because if you cut it exact, when you come to stick it, you have to have a really steady hand and be super straight. And you can do it by putting the card up on its side, putting your adhesive covered paper, and then laying it flat. But I'm showing you as if this is the first time you're doing anything like this. So there's the piece of pattern paper, and now we need a small strip of the cobwebs to go along the top and along the bottom. Now the top and the bottom measurements are 3/4 of an inch and just shy. I have all of these measurements written down in a notebook that I don't have next to me. Just so this makes this fun. Now I'm going to use this edge and I'm going to turn the paper over. I'm always writing in pencil and then I forget to erase the pencil marks. So the bottom piece is 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 1/2 inch. That's the first mark I'm making. And then from that mark, I'm going to do 3/8, so it's slightly thinner. Okay. And then again, it needs to be 4 1/4. So measure 4 1/4 and then give a little bit extra just so that there's that safety. And now I am going to run down, I'm not going to use my T-square ruler because I appreciate not everybody has one. So I'm lining my paper up on the mat. Okay, final card, yes, of course. So I will pop the final made card up here. Okay, everybody see that all right? So, yes, I'm lined up at the bottom. Thank you, Jen. Of course, I can see it all the time. Doesn't mean that you can. But this is the final card. So we've just, over here, we've got what we're making. So we have the card base made. We've now snipped the pattern paper that sits in the middle, and we're now just doing the wider piece at the bottom and the narrower piece at the top on the black spider webs. Anything at all, please do write it in the comments and Liam will feed it back to me. Okay, so my paper is on the line at the bottom. I'm going to put my pencil on my pencil mark and then move the ruler across to it, because if you put the ruler down first, it may not be in the right spot. And then drag it down. I can see through my ruler to where the mark is, although it doesn't matter if you go much beyond. Again, when I move my ruler across, I'm looking at this line here to this line and this line to this line to make sure that I am straight. And I will do the same again. So now I've got 2 straight lines. And I'm going to just drop the line in again, putting this and then putting my pencil on the dot and then using the line of my grid mat. So I have now got my 2 pieces to pop at both the top and the bottom. And it's up to you if you would rather use a trimmer at this point, you know, a mini paper guillotine to make sure that your lines are super straight. If you don't have one to hand, it's not a problem because we will be putting peel-offs over these cuts anyway. So if your cut is a little bit crooked or there's a little snaggle tooth in it, not to worry, because that's the reason why peel-offs are my #1 product, because they look so pretty, they are so decorative, but they hide a multitude of sins. Okay, Nedra has asked, what is the first measurement and the second? Of these strips, this strip, I will show as well on the close-up camera. I will get the inches side round. So this first strip is a 1/2 inch width. And this one is 3/8 wide. And they are just over 4 1/4. And they don't have to be that. If you do them at 4 1/4 and you've got a steady hand, that's fabulous. So let me show you. Let's dry fit this in now onto the one that we're making. We're going to pop the wider strip towards the bottom and the narrower strip towards the top. So we've now almost created our base on our card. Is that okay? Lovely. All measurements, we will be sending a follow-up email after class which will have exact measurements for each card so that you've got a copy of it. And in that email there will actually also be a discount code for everybody that's participated in the class for the bundle that we will be creating with some of the products afterwards. But that's another thing and by the by, but you will have a follow-up and it will have pictures of all of the cards that we've made. So, but any questions along the way, please do pop them in and we will do our best to keep the conversation flowing there. Right, so now I'm going to move across to the dahlia and we have our spiderweb circle and our vellum circle. Now, as I say, this is a sticky back vellum. So if you're able to peel that away from its release, you can throw the release in the bin. We don't need that anymore. And now, as you can see from the original, I have them slightly off center so that there's almost a moon creeping around. And then you've got the dahlia in the middle. So I want to make sure that the dahlia fits on the vellum before I snip. So I'm just keeping that in mind by holding it above whilst the back is still a bit tacky. Now, when I lay this down, I'm going to put it just like that. And that's worked fine. As you can see, the circle that I've cut on this one is actually a larger circle than the one here. I wanted to see a little bit more of that black spider web. Jen's asked if we can get the sticky back vellum from you. Yes, we will have that. As I say, it's a bit of a spoiler because it's coming in our next release. But yes, we are releasing on Tuesday. Now, I'm going to use my bone folder to burnish the vellum because when you go, if you burnish it, can you see the difference between where I've just put a small amount of pressure and where I haven't? And if you go over it, putting pressure all around, you will see more of the cobweb through the vellum. No, Jen, it's not a problem at all. It is a really, really wonderful product. product that we've enjoyed for a long time, and yes, we wanted to release it after class. But as I say, we will be offering discount codes to all of our lovely attendees, particularly on the products that we're releasing off the back of this class. So there we go. Right, so we now have our circle adhered, and that we know that our dahlia is going to fit, and we can still snip a bit off the side, which was what we wanted. You can keep the whole circle on the front if you want, but I like the look of something travelling off a little bit. It just makes it a little more organic. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to start assembling. I think we're at that point. So I'm going to start with my patterned paper. Use your adhesive of choice here. I like a tape runner, particularly when I'm doing a video, simply because I can apply it, it's dry straight away, there's not a lot of fuss as long as the tape runner doesn't give out on me, which does happen every so often. But we're going to double check which way the card opens. That is the number one tip. If you take nothing else, I have done made far too many really, really pretty cards that open the wrong way. So let's not fall into that trap while we're in class. So again, if you have a T-square ruler, this is a tip to butt it up against the edge of your card, and then you can line your pattern paper to make sure it's straight. If you don't, we're going to work as if you don't have a T-square ruler. Now, just going to move these slightly. I'm going to want a chunk at the top, but there is a bigger chunk at the bottom. So let's say I am going to be putting this piece of paper down about an inch from the top. If you want to have a measurement, I do most of my card making by eye, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this line 1 inch from the top, which is this line with a number 5 on it. So I will make sure my card is straight. I will lay down the ruler over the 5. And then, now that I have got adhesive on the back of my patterned paper, holding the ruler in space, I'm going to push the patterned paper up to, making sure that I hang over on both sides of the pattern paper, and then press that down. Okay. So your card should look something like this. Now, because I did overhang on both sides, there is to trim. But that's fine. We wanted it like that. It means that I know that my edges are going to be perfectly straight and there's not going to be any white peeping round, which I think looks rather unbecoming. I'm not a fan of the white showing. Okay, so now I'm going to pop some tape runner on my wide border. This is the one that's 1/2 inch thick. And I am going to pop that on the bottom. And the way I do this, as you saw, I've just put adhesive on. And I am now going to just, whilst it's on an angle, slide it along so that it touches. And when it touches, that's when you know it's in the right spot. Because if it's not touching all the way along, you may end up sticking it crooked. Again, we are putting a peel off over it, so it doesn't matter if your first run isn't perfect. Wet glue does make this a bit easier because you do have a little bit of play. Before you commit, you can sort of shift it somewhat. And now we're going to put our narrower piece to the top. Being a lefty might make this look a little bit odd for some of you as well. Sorry about that. It was but apparently lefties is a creative person if you're a lefty, so who knows how the brain works, especially mine. Right. So I'm going to do the same process again. I'm going to push down and butt up so that the edges are touching. And because this is a smaller piece, similar with when I apply a peel off, I will push it down and then just put my finger on it if I know it's in the right spot, and then I can guide the rest of it down. And so now I have 2 pieces of pattern paper, and it almost appears as though this has been stuck over top of the spider web, but we're not wasting any of the spider web paper at the back. So this is ideal, because it means that we're not wasting anything and we've got more to use later. Right, let's do some peel offs at this point. I think we will cover over the back. Now, our pinstripe peel offs come in 3 different widths. We have the widest, we have a medium, thank you Liam, the widest, the medium and the narrowest. Now, when you have a gold finish over a colour, the narrow ones barely have any of the colour peeping through, but you do get a little bit of a hint every so often. If it does look a little bit much, it is a gold foiling, so you can rub your finger over it, or a microfiber cloth or a dusting cloth, and that will encourage some of the gold foiling away, but they will all match this way. So I'm going to border the white patterned paper first, and I'm going to do that with the widest of the 3 pinstripes. So I'm just going to peel the whole thing up. And how I hold a peel off, a pinstripe peel off I should say, is I put about 3/4 of an inch beyond my fingertip, and then I will take towards the end and attach that onto my little finger, and I let this sort of float about in the middle and do whatever it wants. This would be reversed if you're right-handed, but from here, with this all tucked in and out of the way, I'm just going to focus on this small tail. So I'm going to take you into my close-up camera so you get to have a really good look at this. To apply a peel off over a seam, when the paper is flush like this, because we butted these side by side, there isn't a ridge for you to lay in. So you need to make a decision. Do you want to see more of the black or more of the white? Or do you want to lay it straight over the top of the crease as best you can? It's entirely up to you. I would like to, for the bottom, see more of the black. I want the black to appear wider. So I'm going to lay this peel off actually on the white. Now I'm going to hang over slightly just to make sure I've got it where I want it. And then I hold it down with my opposing finger. That's in the right spot now. And now I have all of this looseness that I just unwiggle and create free. Now they will stretch, so don't pull too hard on them. I mean, it won't hurt them, but it's better if they're unstretched, I would suggest. And then use my thumb to guide it down, looking at just the other end. I don't look in the middle, because if I've stuck it down here and then I apply it in the right spot on this side, this will all just fall into the right spot. So I basically get to ignore that middle bit. And I think that's often where people can get tripped up with peel offs, is they're looking the whole way along. And if at any point you think, oh, I stuck that a bit crooked here, very gently peel it up. It's not going to be, as long as you haven't pressed it down aggressively. And then again, you can just run your finger, because it is a straight item to start with. It wants to be straight. So, okay, and now I will use my, these scissors are great because they are non-stick. It just means that no residue gets left on the scissors to be transferred across to the next. And now you have a peel off applied. Now, you can do one of 2 things at this point. You can be like me and be super frugal with your peel offs, or you can pop this back on the sheet and take another one so that you've got a straight line. I'm going to show you how to butt these up. Now, again, on the close-up camera, super quick. On either end, when there is a gold finish, you'll see that the gold actually does continue on the end. So if you're going to butt them up, you need to snip the ends so that there isn't that gold in the middle of your joint, which will show up. So, as I know that I'm going to be trimming off the edge, it's fine, I can leave that gold end on. But I want to have this end that doesn't have the gold in the middle. Now, I want less of the black showing up here, because I want it to be clear that this is wider and this is narrower. So I'm going to stick this peel off over the black. And again, you can just stick it straight on to the seam. But now that's down, and as you can see, there is a little bit there that needs some attention. So I'm going to go back to my sheet, and I'm going to lift up the next of the same size, another one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to only pull up the first couple of inches, and I'm actually going to trim off that tiny gold top, so that now that I've got that white finish, and I'm going to pop my card onto where it naturally wants to fall on the peel off sheet. And then I am going to, in the same way as I did before, about 3/4 of an inch hanging over, and then I'm going to, it's almost like steering a pen. I'm just going to wait until I manage to get that in the right spot, and I would say that is correct. Use my finger to hold it, and then follow it along to press it down. Make sure I am truly happy with its positioning, and then snip at the edge of my card. And now I have not wasted any of my peel off. It's on the sheet still. That can go back. Otherwise, as I say, you can, of course I have stuck that a bit crooked. You can just use a second one and then use the smaller pieces on another project where a smaller piece is required, because you'll find they are really useful on even the tiniest of bits. So now I have, and as I say, there is a join on this. I'll take you back to the close-up to show you. There is a join, and if you're hunting for it, you'll see it. But otherwise, what we've done is we've just saved our goodies for further play. Now, the top and the bottom, I'm going to use the middle size peel off, and I'm going to do the same thing again. So I'm going to pull up, and I am going to put this on the card base, and there is actually ever such a slight ridge now. There wasn't when it was paper to paper, but paper stuck on card, it does give me that opportunity to stick just below it. I pop it down, I'm looking here, and when my peel off's in the right spot, I will guide my fingers along and encourage that down. I never really press very hard down until after I've snipped it and I'm really sure that I'm happy with the line that I've created. Now I'm going to flip it round, and I'm going to do the same at the top. And again, I'm going to put the ends that's got the gold, the non-cut ends, and I'm going to pop that up here and then allow that to lay down next to the black. I'm putting the join at a different spot. If I'd have flipped this round, I could have had the peel off here, and then there would have been two joins, which would have been more likely to draw attention. So I'm putting them both on different spots. Again, I'm peeling up just a portion. I will lay my card front in, snip off that tiny piece at the top so that I can have that white to white connection. Put it into place, push my finger on, and then snip to release it and allow that to fall back, ready for next time. Okay, so now we have our card base with pinstripes, and it just gives it that finished look. It makes the edges look super tidy. So now I'm going to flip it over to the reverse. I'm going to use my large scissors, and using the edge of the card, I'm going to trim this excess. So I am opening my scissors up. This blade is going to be pushed against the card base so that I know that I get a straight cut and that I won't cut the card base, because that's a tragedy when that happens. Obviously, if you cut exactly to size in the first instance, this won't be necessary. But you can chop through the peel-offs and the pattern paper all in one go. open your card base up and do the same again. Lay the card against this blade. Of course, I'm doing this lefty, you'll be doing this righty if you are a right-handed person, but the same principle applies. There we go. So now we have a very tidy looking card front. We do have a bit of waste, but it's not enough that I feel sad about. So next we have our dahlia, our circles, and we have our stamped sentiments. So I adhered this straight down flush onto my card base, and I popped the dahlia on foam, and I have, let me show you, sorry you may not be able to see that so well, let's pull you over. So the circles are stuck flush, the dahlia is popped onto some foam, and then the sentiment is also popped onto foam. But the way that I did the sentiment was I sort of like, I love stamping on these long strips because you feel like you can play with them and you've got more choice. So I think the most straightforward thing to do is actually attach your dahlia onto your sentiment where you want it to sit, rather than trying to do it any other way. So let's move all of this out of the way, and I'm actually going to put some wet glue on this one. You could use double-sided tape or tape runner, whichever your preference is. Or maybe I will be using maybe I will be using tape runner after all. Oh, it's not fair, is it? Okay. Tape runner on here, which now is going to end up all over the back of my card. I will learn one day. It's like a selfie stick for your sentiments, as Jen. Yeah, it really is. It means that you get to play around a little. I'm going to use a gap in the leaves. I mean, you could pick any orientation, but I like this gap here because it's almost like a right angle, and it wraps around. Not hugging is kind of our thing. So if we pop that there, thank you. And now I have lots of adhesive all over the mat, which is not ideal when you have a further 9 cards to go. We can all see what I'll be doing on my first 15-minute break, and that is instructing Liam to clean my mat. So he has all the fun, nasty, toxic things that I don't like to touch. I've got a delicate hand. So the circle is going to run off the edge of the card, and now with our bloom we can see how we want this to sit. So obviously we don't want to cut off the knot, so we're going to need to have it like this, and then we get to move the circle around, be it lower or higher. And this, again, it's your card. If you would rather do it a different way, then you do whatever it is that you like and how you enjoy seeing a card composed. But I think I'm going to go like this. So I'm going to put some foam adhesive on the back. Now, you can use foam squares. I use foam tape often because it means that there isn't as much backing to remove when I am making. So I'm going to pop the piece behind the dahlia. That pointy bit was a little bit too pointy. Pop a piece behind the dahlia and then another here. And now I'm going to put a piece along the back of the sentiment strip. Save that for later. Perfect. So going to pop some adhesive behind my circle. And again, I'm going to lay my dahlia on to make sure that it's in the spot that I want it. I'm going to pull it up ever so slightly from the bottom, but have it closer to the bottom than to the top. And then press that down. Next, and this is a personal preference thing, I'm actually going to trim this off, because when you're positioning this, it's easier to see where the edge of the card is once you have trimmed this side down. So the same applies. Put your card base along the blade and allow that to be your guide as you remove. We can pop that in the bin. And we can attach this on. Now we get to decide, do we trim off a bit of the bloom? Or do we, we could, didn't even think about that. That would look really cool, having it twisted. But I like being able to see the faces of the little Wednesdays. So I'm going to remove my backing. And press that down, and now I do the flip again, and because I've got some double-sided adhesive here, I'm just going to snip through using my non-stick scissors so that I get that truly crisp cut. And there we go. So now we have a sentiment, we have our focal point, our topper as I would call it, in a lovely frame. And we've got some really pretty pattern paper in the back. So just going to pop those pieces in the bin, because otherwise this desk ends up looking like a hot mess. Next up, you'll see that I've got some mini twinkles here. Now, using a craft knife or tweezers or whatever it is that you may be happy with your fingers, but I find my fingers end up getting in the way. So I start with the larger. On all of our mini shapes, they come in 3 different sizes. We have teeny tiny weeny, teeny tiny, and teeny. So 3 different sizes. And I will start with the larger of the 3 sizes. And there's lots of different ways to get these off. I do know lots of our crafters do this. They take the top and they pull this top piece away and throw it in the bin, because it means that you can easily access. I'm quite happy and I like the look of this, plus I always want to have the option of being able to make a card with this bit, and if I've thrown it away then I don't have the option. So I take from the largest and I use my finger to sort of bend the peel off, and I don't know if you saw that, I'll put you on the close-up. But as you bend, they pop up, which makes, it makes life so much easier. And then I, using my craft knife or a tweezer or anything that I have on hand, will just attach a tiny piece of it onto the knife or the tweezer or the blade. And then I just start sticking, and making sure they're all upright for the mini twinkles, I think, is really important. And I do follow the rule of 3. So, of course, I've stuck that on there the wrong way up to make that more difficult for myself. But I am just going to position, and I will do 3 of the larger size, again, just to follow. Oh, not 4, I said 3. That one wants to join the party. I'm going to pop you down here. So there's 3 of the larger. Just going to encourage this one to go back on, because otherwise that will end up on my cardigan and I'll be wearing it to the supermarket. So you'll be surprised, these little guys hang on. So now I'm going to move on to the next size, which is the medium, I'm doing the same again. I'm sort of encouraging the paper away, giving it a slight fold so that it just pops a corner up, and I will keep doing that. And there isn't a rhyme or reason, there isn't a pattern that I follow, and the more I try not to be exact, the more exact I end up being. So try to keep in mind the rule of 3, I would say. So I did 3 big ones, I've done 3 of the smaller ones. I will in fact do a 4th of this size as well, and I tend to keep my sparkles in this quadrant of the card. There's no need to do that. You can, this is playing as far as I'm concerned. We are just here to have fun and do what we think looks pretty and nice. I really like the mini twinkles. I think they add something quite special. Now the smallest size I'd without a doubt use the most of. They are, you get the most of them, but also because they're small, they're quite, you know, they're just a little sneaky hint towards a bit of sparkle, which I think is lovely. And one of the truly best bits about the mini shaped peel-offs is I have a gazillion sequins. I love sequins. I love the shine and the sparkle that you get from the cup. I think it's lovely, but it's the dimension. So as soon as you put that into an envelope, you've got you've either got to pay extra money or pop an extra bit of card in there to be able to send it through the post. And doing that is it's a bit of a shame, because often they end up tearing the envelope. But the mini twinkles, particularly all of the mini shapes, are super flat, so they don't add any bulk, which is lovely. But right, we have finished our first card, everybody. Are we all happy? Did we finish? Or are we watching, or are we making along? But anyhow, as you can see, the twinkles are in very different places to the first card. It's never two are the same. So, card number 1. We're going to do card number 2. And for card number 2, he got them. So, card number 2. You're going to need your sparkly piece of cardstock from your prepared bag. You are going to need the 2 long strips of the black glitter. They were in your peel-off packet. And you're going to need a typewriter with hands. You can choose this one. There is also one that has a darker skin tone if you prefer. So this is the card we're going to make now. Tracy finished it. Yay! Oh, you kept along with me. I'm pleased I wasn't going at a pace that was too fast. I hope also not too slow. Okay, so this is our finished card. This is what we're going to be working towards. And we're going to need a piece of patterned paper. We're going to do some stamping. Now, this is a bit of a hot topic. Do we perform stamp surgery or not? I personally try not to, because I always think, oh, but what if I change my mind for a later card and then I make it more difficult? So I'm going to show you how to stamp this without having to complete stamp surgery. And yes, this one I will pop up in the top corner. You will need another card base. If I can remember where I put my card bases. All safe and sound. Lovely. Okay. A card base. And we're going to need the patterned paper. So I'm going to get my patterned papers. And there are 2 that have the typeface. There's this one and this one. So for this card I have used that one. So I'm going to pop that down. should really organise my space here a little better. And I'm just going to take a sip of water because I'm doing an awful lot of chatting. Okay, oh, Doris has said that she's completed it in time. Yay, I'm really pleased that you're able to craft along. That is the ideal. That's what we were hoping for. Oh, and Dawn as well. Fabulous. Okay, so we have our card base. I'm going to score that immediately so that we are so that we have that one bit done off the bat. So again, we're scoring this at 4 1/4 and then folding into the score, burnishing that down. Okay. Now, you'll be able to see the black glitter is cut to sit perfectly with a little white frame around the edge. And we're going to do the same with the pattern paper. Now you can use a stitched rectangle die if you have one, it's entirely up to you. We're going to do this without the stitched rectangle so that those that don't have it can keep in with it. And then we're obviously also, sorry, I should have said, we're going to need our stamp set. So these are our components required. Let's pop these all over here. We'll do our stamping straight away so that it's got the opportunity to dry before we need to start using it. Again, I am going to use my stamp positioner, but if you would rather use an acrylic block, absolutely fine. Now, for this particular sentiment, I'm going to need to twist this on its side. And I'm going to put my typewriter in. And I'm going to take out birthday, yes, happy, never. It's the sentiment at the bottom. Okay. Pop the stamp set to one side. Now, with a clear stamp, one of the reasons that I prefer these to red rubber for exactly this sort of thing is that you can see through where your sentiment is. Now, as you can see from the card, I've split what is a two-part sentiment above and below each other from side by side. Now, I know many people that would just get the scissors and go snip, and that's great. But then when it comes to wanting to be able to stamp that as a single again, not quite so easy. I would prefer to have them in line and do this rather than trying to marry things up in a straight line. So here we go. Birthday, yes, is the only bit that I want to look at as I position this down now. So birthday, yes, happy, never. So, but birthday, yes, is in the centre towards the top of my piece of paper. And then I'm just going to close that down, gently press, knowing that my typewriter and hands are pushed up in this corner. So now I'm going to open this up. Now there's different ways that you can do this. There is selective inking is one of the methods, which is where using your ink pad, you choose where you ink it. Now this is quite a small area, so we're going to be a little bit cheaty and we're going to use some tape. Now, any sort of tape that you have on hand, masking tape, painter's tape, regular gift wrap tape, anything. And then what you want to do is lay, I'm going to pull you actually in on the close-up to show you this. Here's my sentiment. So this part, you can't really see, but this is birthday. And then yeah, you've got yes, and then there's happy, no. We're going to cover the happy no completely by sticking some tape over the top of it. Now that that's stuck on there, we can ink away to our heart's content. So again, super gently tap the ink pad so that it kisses, and don't worry if it goes on the paper, doesn't make any difference at all, as long as we remember to pull it up. Because that's the worst bit, when you put the piece of paper down, you forget to pull it up, you close it, and then you get a great big black splodge. So, birthday yes. And again, as before, gentle press, because it's quite a fine type font, you don't want to splodge the ink out of the sides. And look at that. But if you wanted to go for a double press, again, pop your paper over the top of the words you want to cover. Be it tape, I should say, not paper. Gentle tap, remove, and let that kiss back down again. So we have our sentiment there. Now this bit's super important. We need to clean this. We want it super, super clean, because when we move our stamp, we don't want anything to transfer. Now, dye ink is much easier to clean than pigment ink. But all I do is, this is a stamp chamois that I've had for a gazillion years. I keep it slightly damp in a pot with a lid. It gets chucked in the washing machine every so often. There is nothing special to it. I just keep it wet with a spritz bottle, and it's had all sorts. I don't have a different chamois for oxides and dyes and anything. It all gets cleaned with this. But one of the reasons why that is so helpful is because it doesn't leave any residue. When you use a baby wipe, or even you know, like kitchen tissue, what's it? Paper towel. We call it kitchen roll, but paper towel. When you use a paper towel, it will leave some fibres on your stamp, which then when you ink it up the next time, it makes it look hairy, which is really confusing. Now, I'm going to spin this in my stamp positioning tool, my MISTI, because I've got the birthday yes hanging out now. And I need to have, I'm just going to make sure by stamping that off on the background that there's no darkness that's going to end up. And now I'm looking at just the happy never aspect, and I'm going to position that, excuse my head, there we go, happy never. And now I'm going to hold my tape because I'm going to need that again. I'm going to pick the stamp up. And now we're going to do the opposite. We're going to cover the birthday yes with the tape. And then cover the happy never in an amount of ink. Oh gosh, take the tape off nearly. And then give that a gentle kiss down. And again, I'm really happy with that, but I will do a second go just in case anybody else is still going with theirs. Give them a chance to catch in. One of the joys of doing an in-person class is you can actually see how everyone's getting on. And here, if everybody's busy making, they're not typing, so I can't be nosy. Anyhow, there we go. Birthday yes, happy never. So we've now got our sentiment stamped directly onto the topper, which actually looks a little bit like that's how it came. So we'll pop that to one side to dry. I'm going to pop that bit of tape in the bin because it's the sort of thing again that I'll have stuck to my elbow, and give my stamp a really good clean so that it's ready for the next card. Okay. Done. We'll pop this stamp back because again I will come to need it and not know where I've left it. There we go. Okay. So we have all of our pieces here. As you can see, we've got some pinstripes along the border again. But this is going to be really lovely and straightforward to put together. So let's chop our patterned paper down. Get the ruler and we will give this a little measure. Now the piece of patterned paper is 4 7/8, I believe. Yes, 4 7/8 wide by 5 1/8 long. So let's do this together. You choose which piece of the pattern paper it is that you want to have as your focal. I am going to use this piece because I want to have all the splattery blood. So I'm going to chop up from the bottom. Now I said 5 1/8, so I will get my ruler to 5 1/8 and then mark at the top. And then the width again was 3 7/8. So 3 7/8. Okay, and now we're going to do the same again. I'm going to put my pencil mark on a line on my grid mat, put this edge on one of the straight lines so that I know that my paper is properly straight. Down you come, thank you. There we go. And now I get to use the line of my grid mat. I put my pencil there and then I look at the ruler to make sure that it's continuing on this line exactly as it should, and then I can pull it up and I know that that's a straight line. And I'll do the same again going this way. I'm looking at my piece of paper along that yellow line there. The pencil is going to go down. That needs to actually go up ever so slightly. There we go. And then put my ruler down and I will look at that dotted yellow line. Oh, I'm trying not to draw around my fingernail. I won't snip that bit. Okay, so now I'm going to use my big scissors. And as I say, if you would rather use a stitched rectangle die, it doesn't even have to be stitched, of course, it could just be a rectangle die. That would also work very well. I'm a bit of a fiend. Since we released our stitched dies, I love using them on everything because the stitching is so subtle, but it just gives that extra finish. So let me just repeat. Sharon's asked for the measurements of the patterned paper again. So I'm going to put in metric, okay, in metric, across the width needs to be cut at 9 centimeters, 7 millimeters, and top to bottom the measurement is 12.9, so 12 centimeters with 9 millimeters. Okay. And that is so that the pattern paper sits ever so tidily in that lovely black glittery frame. Now, you are fully excused if at this point you want to snip out the middle of the back here and use that for something else. I would suggest you put some sort of scraps in to support it, because when you remove the back, the front can sag in. We haven't done that for this particular card in inches. Sorry, Sharon. I was advised to give you the millimeters. So, not that one. I'll hold it up under the camera as well so you can all see. But this is 3.3 inches and 7/8, gosh. 3 7/8 by 5 1/8. Okay, and then that will sit really nicely inside. So I'm going to attach that. Oh no, I'm not, I remember now. I remember. So we'll leave those two over there, and we're going to get our strips. Now here's the pattern paper. We have our 2 strips. Now this is up to you. In the model, in the preview, puts the typewriter towards the top left hand side. You could put it straight in the middle, off to a side in the middle, like wherever you choose you want your typewriter to land. I would suggest that you make the cross behind the typewriter, because it almost draws the eyes in when you've got these lines like this. So I'm going to do similar as I did before, and that is make the card so that the typewriter is up towards the top. Now, it means we need to stick down our strips. I am going to use a wet glue for this because I will get tape run up all over my mats. Take this one away. I'm just going to flip this over. Now, if I'm going to show you what I'm actually going to do is a little bit of I was hoping that was going to be really straightforward, and it's not, but this will work. I'm using some of the release paper from my double-sided tape, and I'm going to put a blob of glue there. Now, okay, I'm just going to hold that and drag my strip through. So it's not going all over my craft mat, but it's getting a degree of glue all down the back. You can do this with your finger if you want, but again, I will end up regretting it. So I'm not. And then I'm just going to lay that down. I would suggest that when you're laying these, you try to go from one side to the other side. If you have this end tagging down here, the cross won't look quite so separate. So that's the first one. And the second one, do the same thing. We'll just drag that through the glue. In fact, I should have held that a bit further down. Each to their own with how they do this with the glue. It's, you know, you may like just popping little dots behind, but for the purposes of this, I'm going to do the drag technique because it is quicker. Okay, so now I have my cross, which is where I'm going to place my typewriter. So as you can see, I went from this edge to this edge with a strip, and this side to this side with a strip, so that all 4 edges have got a piece of glitter running through it, and it pulls your eyes in. Now, this is going to be wet for a couple of minutes, but now that I've given that a gentle press, I feel somewhat reassured that I can flip it over, and as the same as before, I'm just going to let my scissors butt up against the edge of the card, and stuck to my fingernail now, brilliant. And I'm using my non-stick because there is glue on the back of these. We may as well run with it. And just trim these off, flush with the patterned paper, and we will just sit that there for a moment to let it dry. Okay. These you can keep to decorate the inside of your card perhaps, or entirely up to you. I will pop those in my bin for now. And before we adhere this down, with glue, the more you rub it, the more you encourage friction, the firmer it's going to hold. So give those a nice firm press, and we're going to attach the peel-offs now. Now, I used the middle width peel-off on this. So I'm just going to take the whole strip off. This was the end of the one that I used last time. And I've run it along either edge. Now, you can lay it down over the top because your typewriter is going to cover it. But I'm going to be a bit frugal. We don't need to go all the way into the cross because the typewriter will cover. So this is another way to be a little bit sparing with your peel-offs if you want them to go just that little bit further. If you know it's not going to be visible, then don't run it there. There's no need. So I'm just going to go along these edges, and as you can see, as always, 3/4 of an inch poking out. The rest of the peel-off is caught in my fingers, so it's not going to stick on my project. I lay down the beginning of the peel-off where I want it to sit, then look at where I want it to end up, make sure I'm happy with where it's placed, run it along, and then use the side of the paper to snip that away. And this just gives these glittery strips that little bit of a finish, makes them pop a bit further. And now I'm going to use the end that has the gold on the inside, and I'm actually going to turn it the other way up because this is the end I'm bothered about. So I'll stick that where it needs to go, guide that in, and as you can see now, there's areas there that haven't got the peel off on, but then when my typewriter's over it, as you can see, no one will know. So now I'm going to quickly pop some peel offs on these sides, again using that same width, just so that it looks like it's continuous behind the typewriter, so that no one will know that I've been frugal with the peel offs. Stick it down, give it a snip. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Stick it down and give it a snip. And now this one I don't think is going to be long enough, and I don't want to run the risk of it not looking right, so I'm going to pop this tiny little piece back on here to fight another day, and I will peel up a new one partially as you saw me do in the last card, and I will pop that just in there. So get that stuck, encourage it down. And then give it a snip at the bottom. Okay. So now we have our background piece. We have our stamped typewriter. We have our card base and our glitter. So now we're going to do the final assembly on this one. So I'm going to attach this onto the glitter. Now I'm going to show you a technique with double-sided sellotape, just to show you something different. We can, of course, you can use tape runner, you can use glue, whichever it is that suits you best. But this is a technique that I use when there is only a very small amount of edge available for me to look at. It's not very forgiving when you're trying to lay mats down, and doing this gives you just that little bit more control. So as you can see, I'm just going all the way around the edges using double-sided tape. Now this is just a tear tape, but it's super sticky. I'm not sure if you saw that, but it was all over my fingers. Give it a nice firm burnish down. You can use a bone folder or just your fingers, whichever works. And then what you do is you take away the release just ever so slightly and fold them out. And you do this on 2 corners. So on this top corner, I am taking away the release. Gosh, she says, it's because I'm live. Okay. Fold away those 2 corners so that you have them poking out, top and bottom, and then flip to the diagonal corner and do exactly the same. Fold this corner out and then fold this corner out. Okay, so that you have something that looks like this. As I say, if you prefer glue or if you have your tape runner, whatever your method is I'm sure fabulous, but I'm going to show you this technique just in case. Now, this corner and this corner are now sticky, but this and this are not. So I'm going to measure up this corner and this corner in the bottom to make sure I'm happy with the spacing. As I say, there's a really narrow strip at the top and the sides, so I haven't got much room for error here. So now, firmly, with this hand, I'm holding that piece of pattern paper exactly where it needs to be so that all my edges are going to be lovely and straight. And then I take this tab and very gently encourage it out. You don't want to yank it because it might tear. And then you can press that edge down. And now I'm going to do exactly the same at the bottom. These 2 shorter ones are more liable to tear. And then I press that one down. Okay, so now I can breathe a little bit because it is attached. So now I'm going to gently encourage that one out and the same on that side. Ta-da! Now we have got a really lovely even border around the edge and we didn't have to pick it up, push it down and get all cross with it because it was sticking in the wrong spot. Card base, double check, open it up, make sure it's the right way up, and then you can do the same technique again if you wish. I'm going to use tape runner because I have placed a fair few card fronts on cards. You watch, it's going to be crooked now. And now making sure that I have this in the orientation that I want. You could put it this way up, however the script would look upside down. So. And now when I have an adhesive back, I will put 2 corners down using the edge as a guide and then use my fingers as a sort of a butt to stop it from sliding and then commit that down. So that is now our card base. Now we have our little topper here. I'm going to flip that over. I'll use the leftover tape from the last one. Pop some. In fact, let's give it a good support. That piece there. Another piece here. Under each of the hands, just so that we don't get saggy hands. There we go. Okay, let's just pop these down now by removing all of the release paper. Okay. Now, reverse tweezers are my favourite for this, and when applying the reverse tweezer, as a left-handed person, I apply the tweezer on the right side. Sugar lumps. If you're a right-handed person, you would place the tweezers on the left. I'm a righty, so I will hold it there, turn it around, and now I can see the whole card. When you're holding it, your hand's in the way. So I'm quite happy with that there, and then I'm going to give that a press down And there we have card number 2 made. So, this is where we are at this point. Oh, Jen, comes from being British. Sugar lumps is I think it's quite an acceptable word. I'm not sure what I should replace. Is it dang? I suppose is an option. I will Canadianise, I'm sure. Right. So these are the 2 cards we've made. We are going to take a 15-minute break so that I can have a drink of water quickly. And when we return, we will be doing cards 3 and 4. Definitely steal the phrase all you like, sweetheart. It's absolutely not mine. Now, we will be doing cards 3 and 4, and I will show you, just in case you didn't prep your pots ahead of time or envelopes. So I'm just going to flick you back. For our next card, you will need, this is for card number 3, your piece of broderie, your narrow black mirror, another sentiment stripper. You will need the music stand ephemera, black mirror wider strip, the cello, and the music. So these are the ephemera pieces and the pieces from your bag. We will need papers and stamps as well. Oh, have I picked this up in the wrong order? Apparently I have. Okay, card number 3. Scratch this. I will pop these back. Okay, so cards number 3 and 4. Let's try this again. Goodness. Okay. Card number 3 and 4. You'll need your large dahlia ephemera piece, one of the large leaves. There are 2 different tones. One's more grey, one's more green. It's entirely up to you which one you prefer to use. You will need the checked piece of ribbon, and you will need the sentiment strip. And for card number 4, you will need the white rectangle piece of cardstock, the thin piece of gold which came in your peel-off packet, and your gold cardstock. Now again, you will need additional items from your patterned paper and your stamps, but these are the ephemera pieces from your packs that you'll need to have ready. And just to give you a super quick sneak peek, these are the cards that we will be making. So cards 3 and 4. Okay, I will see you after the break. Hello my lovelies, welcome back. I've just very quickly managed to squeeze in some toast, so I hope you've had a nice little break. I can see that we've had some comments of people saying that their second cards are done. That's lovely. I'm really pleased that you're crafting along. I hope you're enjoying the process. Ilka, I can completely understand. I have used centimetres and millimetres forever, but upon moving here I have tried to start learning to use inches, and I don't know how it happened, but at one point it just sort of started to make sense. But I will endeavour to share measurements in both inches and centimetres for our next cards. So, as I shared with you, this is the next card that we're going to be making. That's upside down. There we go. This is the next card we're going to be making. And whether or not you'd noticed immediately or not, we're actually using the cover sheet. This is the front of the paper pad, which often would go unused, and this is just another way to eke out a little bit more from your suppliers. So we're going to use this piece of paper. As you can see, there is a slight border in there with the green, and it just means that this can also be enjoyed. And as mentioned earlier, these are the pieces that you're going to need. So we have the patterned, one piece of the pattern paper there. you need to have one of your large dahlias, and then there are 2 different toned leaves. You can pick whichever of the 2 you prefer. The piece of gingham ribbon and one of the sentiment strippers. So I hope you've got those. We will pop the card up here. We will of course also be using another sheet of the patterned paper, which has got the spiders. This is so much fun. I haven't actually watched any of the new episodes yet. We're trying to save up a few so that we can have a good binge, have a good evening. And we really enjoyed the first series. In fact, we watched quite a lot of the first series while we were in Lapland. We took Little Pig to see Father Christmas in the Arctic Circle, which was incredible. Such a wonderful experience. A real one in a lifetime trip. But anyhow, right. Not hugging is kind of our thing, is the sentiment that we're going to be using from the stamp set on this one. So I will take that one out. We will also be using the mini twinkles. So I'll pop that to one side. And I think we should just start making. Now, I have now retrieved my notepad, which has got my measurements on it, thankfully. We're going to start by scoring our card base. Pushing that up into the scorer. And we're going to pull the bone folder down on the A2 size. All 10 cards today are exactly the same. I'm not doing anything different on these. I really do enjoy making fancy folds, and we do make those usually once a month in our live videos on a Tuesday. So if you enjoy fun folds, then pop along and have a watch of one of those. Okay, card base achieved. It's actually going to be a top fold for this one. Now I'm going to stamp our sentiment because, again, I'm using an ink that does take a minute or 2 to dry. And as you can see here, I have stamped towards this end of the sentiment stripper. So I'm actually going to take a bit of a risk and do this with an acrylic block, just so that I can share with you some of the tips that I have for acrylic block stamping, in case it also helps if you put it on the side that's got the line. When you're picking up a stamp, leaving it just to drop on your mat, it will fall straight, because you can of course encourage them to bend if you want to stamp around a shape or something, but if you just drop it down, that's in its natural place. And then I have a acrylic block with lines on, and I get my head right over, which I'm really sorry about because it probably doesn't look very pretty right now. Sorry about that. But now I've looked through the acrylic block and I can see that my sentiment is on a straight line, and then I can use that straight line as a guide on my paper. Now, let's get some ink. Again, pigment ink is really kind if you're not using a misty tool. Gently ink that up so that it's not splodged all around the side. I'm going to line my sentiment strip with a line running through the middle from my craft mat. And I'm doing that so that I can use the line on my acrylic block and have something to work with. Again, however you enjoy stamping. And then I'm carefully and slowly pressing this down. Now this is now on the card, piece of card, giving it a very gentle rock. I don't smash or squash or really press too hard. Gently rocking it back and forth because it is a very small stamp, And then using this little ring finger over here, I'm going to rest that on the strip so that when I lift it up, it will hold it and pull it away. And now I have my sentiments. And I'm okay with that. That one came out okay. And now I'm going to clean off my stamp. I did stamp it a little bit further in on this one, but you can always trim. You can't add extra. So when in doubt, I would suggest giving yourself a little bit of extra room, especially with how long these are. I purposefully cut them to be long so that, as I say, you can trim away, but you can't add extra without it looking like you've added it. So I will pop this back, ready for the next. Okay, this one, I'm going to go up here to dry. Okay. Card base, top fold, and we're going to use the paper. Now, I use the bottom of the card as a measurement because I want as much of this lovely patterned paper visible as possible. And then I'm going to turn it over. If I had a darker card, it would be more obvious, but ultimately it's going to get pushed down to here, and I am going to put it in the middle so that I have got an equal amount of distance, because on this side we're going to cover the majority of this up. You could, of course, push it over to one side so that it was less, so that you had more on one edge, but it would mean that you would have to put your bloom right over to that edge as well. So as I say, for the purposes of this, we're going to put it in the middle, and the paper pads are 6 inches. So you're having, it will leave you with a 1/4 inch on either side. In millimeters, that's about 6 millimeters. And as you can see from here, this is in measurement 6 centimeters and about 2.5 inches. So with my pencil, two and a half inches is approximately here. And because I'm not worried about saving extra of this, I will just use my trimmer for this one. This is one of the little dinkies. I'm pushing it through until I see my little pencil mark. I make sure that pencil mark is lined up with the edge of the blade there, and then press. When you're using a paper trimmer, I'm sure you know, but if you ever so slightly push in this direction, you'll get a super crisp chomp each time. And there we go. This is the piece of paper we're going to use. This can now go back in my pack. And I'm not going to trim off the edges because, again, I'll do that at the end so that I can make sure they're super straight to the side of my card. So, I'm going to flip this over and we're going to stick this down. We're going to get straight into adhering this card. Okay. Always the way. Go through tape runners like no one's business. Okay, next one. Okay, so to make this easier, because I haven't trimmed it down, I'm going to put this so that I've got my 6 inches, my 5.5 inches obvious from the centre. And remember, you're going to be sticking directly down. So as you can see, here and here, I've got a 1/4 inch either side of these two lines. And these are the two lines I'm going to line my card base up with. So I'm going to open it up, just so that I've only got one side to look at. and to make sure is straight, and I'm going to line up one corner with the bottom of the paper and the dotted line, and then once that one is down where I want it, I'll pop a finger on it to hold it in place and then line up the other. Now I have got that really lovely flush edge at the bottom of my card, and I've got these two sides which are extra, which we'll trim off. But as you can see, now we have this stuck to our card. We are next going to use some of our spitters. Now, using the ruler, we will just confirm that it is 4.5 centimeters deep, which is 1 3/4 inch deep. So let's pop this over here. So 1 3/4 inch deep. I'm going to stick with the imperial. Now that I'm here, so there's 1.5, that's 1 3/4. And again, just to show you again, 4.4, 4.5, thereabouts. We're going to be covering it with ribbon anyway, so it's one of those measurements that we want to have right, but that you have got an element of movement there. And I am actually going to chop this again with the trimmer, just for speed and ease. Line up that line with the blade, making sure that if it's pushed all the way up here and it's butted against the top, I know that it's in the right spot. So, snip that one down, pop this back in because we don't need any more of that now. And I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to line this up over the top. And there we are. That is now our card base covered, as you can see. So, with this one, I'm going to bring you into the close-up camera so you can have a look. Around the spider is where I've folded this ribbon, so it's tucked in and there's no nasty edge poking out. So we're going to do that now. Flip your card over, and I'm going to put, you can put wet glue, you can put tape runner, you can, whatever you prefer to use. Make sure your spiders are in the orientation you want them to be, and then you put glue in those two bottom corners. Now, cut this to be ever so slightly longer, and it's up to you how much movement you want to have. But I also will run the length of my ribbon with adhesive. Now you can use double-sided sellotape, you can use glue, like a wet glue, whatever you prefer. Now I'm going to hang this over slightly because I want there to be a really nice big join. So about halfway in on the ribbon width, I'm going to press the patterned paper into the spiders, into the ribbon. I hope that makes sense. But we've still got adhesive exposed down here, which is fabulous. Now, tweezers, scissors, blade, whatever it is that you have on hand, or even if you just want to use your fingers, fold. I didn't get tape all the way to the edge there, that was silly. Right, fold over the edge of your ribbon into that adhesive that you pop down. because then that way you don't have any fraying along the edge of your card. Okay, so now we have that. I'm going to put tape runner now all along the back of the card, up to the sides as well, because, oh gosh, I didn't trim this down. That was really silly of me. Don't do as I do as I say. We need to take off 1/2 an inch, because I didn't, that is a real schoolgirl error. We need to take 1/2 an inch off here. Do apologise. I really hope that that's not hindered any of you. But we need to trim off 1/2 an inch. So I'm going to use my big shears. Just shows we're all human, doesn't it? Sorry. Trim off 1/2 an inch. And now fold your ribbon into that adhesive. You've got adhesive all over the back of this card, and now I'm going to use the top with my fingernails, and I'm going to press the spiders into my nails so that I know that I've got a nice smooth edge here, and press that down, including the ribbon. Okay. So this is now our card base. I'm going to flip it over and trim off the extra that we have here, so that we can see what our card base looks like. And I'm going to be super cautious at this point that I don't snip into my ribbon, because we don't want frayed ribbon look anywhere. Okay, flip it over to the reverse side, being sure to not catch the ribbon. And trim that all away. Okay, this still looks peculiar because we have this navy piece in the middle. However, once we lay our flower and our leaf on, the only aspect is this. Now this we can cover in peelos if you don't want to have any of the navy on your card. However, I think that even you can even pull them in a little bit to show that border. It works as well. As long as the text is all covered over, it almost looks like it's a part of the design. So that is whichever you prefer, whichever design. Now I'm going to stick the leaf directly onto the card front. And I'm dry fitting this. So as I put it down, I make sure it's where I want it. There we go. So next up, similar to the previous card, I sort of use the shape of the flower as an indicator of where I want it to stick. And then I'm going to use my pencil here just to mark where I need to snip that. So if I snip that off, I'm going to keep the flower in the same orientation, just so that I know that that's the right piece to chop. I'm going to pop some adhesive on the reverse side, and I'm going to do the same thing again, where I'm going to, making sure by looking at the top that I have that straight. And now I'm going to pop some 3D foam tape up behind and Just pop a little bit more on there just to make sure it doesn't go and fall off. When you're giving a card, the last thing you want to hear is that it fell off when it's on the mantelpiece. Okay. And now I'm just going to attach that down, trim off the edge of the sentiment strip here. Okay, so not hugging is kind of our thing. And I have some of the mini twinkles. Again, I will start with the largest. And the rule of 3, it just is more pleasing to the eye if there are an uneven number. Okay, that was the medium. Sorry, that was the large. This is now the medium. I will keep that one for a small. Okay, and then onto the smallest. Do of course feel free to use any of the peel off colours that you have in your stash. We do the mini twinkle in lots of varieties. I've tried to keep these cards in line with the feel of Wednesday Addams, you know, a little bit dark, a little bit edgy, but with a little hint of glitter every so often. So here we now have our second card made. So let's get into card number 3. 4. I'm not doing very well, am I? Right, card number 4. I will show you. This is the card we're going to make, and the supplies that you needed are the gold strip, the piece of white and the piece of gold. So we're going to do some die cutting. So this is the sentiment that came in your kit, which is thank you. It is a super delicate and detailed one, so I'm going to run through some tips and tricks about managing to get those really tight dies to cut nicely for you. We're going to need to use our cat stamp. So we'll get the cat stamp out. Let's remove the bag. Now, if you wanted to do the other Wednesday girl, the one that's in her uniform, then you absolutely can. She will fit. I just particularly liked the cat girl because there may be another card with the uniformed Wednesday later. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We will stamp our Wednesday girl so that she has the opportunity to dry. Let's pop these bits here. Okay, so I'm positioning her towards the middle, and I mean top, bottom and sides. Okay. Jen is saying that she has to jump out. Of course, Jen, thank you very much for joining live, and this will be on replay. We'll have all of the breaks edited out, so if at any point you need to pause me so that you can catch up if I'm running a little bit too quick, or if something's taking a little bit longer, please do let me know. You know, do pause or let me know in the comments. But otherwise, do as Jen does and watch to make the rest of the cards when's convenient for you. Okay. I'm giving that a nice press. It was going to come up because I didn't use my magnet. So what you need to do is flick it away to make sure that there is no dragging, and it looks really good, but I do want just another stamp so that her hair is super crisp. Again, just kissing the ink pad so that it gets that lovely coverage, but not to splodge out. Make sure it's pushed into that bottom corner. And then a fingertip press to get the full compression. And now fling it away. Do remember, if you make a mistake with this, you can always flip the card over and stamp on the back. And if not, just cut another piece this size. It's what size is it? It is 1 3/4 by 3 1/4 inch. So it's not complicated. It's white cardstock. Now, of course, depending on how much of a colorist you are, feel free to color her in. I've kept her black and white because I didn't want to assume that people would have markers or pencils or watercolors or anything, and I think she looks fabulous in black and white, and I'm quite sure that Wednesday likes being in black and white. Okay, I'm going to pop this back onto my stamp sheet because otherwise I do run the risk of losing it. Now, we're going to do some die cutting. While she sits up here drying, we're going to use this piece of gold. Now, as you may have noted, I'm going to very carefully show you that this piece of gold is the matte for our beautiful little Wednesday. So we are going to die cut from the middle. This way we get a sentiment, it matches perfectly with what will be the frame. Now, I'm going to give you some tips because this is a very delicate die cut. Tape the die on. That is the first tip that I will offer you. Okay, so that it's not going to go anywhere. Let's just move this out of the way. My Cuttlebug in particular is many moons old, and it doesn't cut quite as deeply as some of my larger die cut machines do. So I'm going to just move those bits there. So I'm going to show you some of the tips if your die cut machine doesn't cut this through like butter on the first try. Make sure it's taped down. That is the #1 tip that I will offer you, because if it's not taped down, then it's going to shift. Now, you run it through once like normal, and you remember exactly why it is that you want an electric machine with a shoulder like mine. Now that it's popped out, but before the plates have fully gone through, I'm going to push it back through again. So I'm getting a double run this way up. Now, at this point, if it hasn't quite bitten all the way through, which largely this has, but there's a small area here, get your sandwich and pop it the other way up in the machine. So where we had the die showing. We've now got the die underneath, and because it's taped, I don't need to worry about it shifting. And now I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to run through the die, stop before it pops out, and pull it back the other way. This makes no sense to me. My brain cannot understand why. This is exactly the same configuration as it was before. However, that has now bitten through everything completely. And if at this point it still hadn't, I would suggest grabbing a piece of scrap cardstock and putting it here so that the die gets pressed even further, and that will bite it through. But when you have a super delicate die cut or a very large background die cut, that can happen quite often. So just so that you know, that's a little tip. Don't throw away those delicate or large die cuts. Just keep going until you find a way to get it to go through and work. Okay. Now this piece of pattern paper we used in our last card, which is here. We just chopped off the bottom portion of it. So this card, we're going to use it going this way. And we've got some of the spiders as well. So we'll grab that piece out just so that we have all of our papers. As you can see, the pad starts to look somewhat used after not very long. But you will be pleased to hear that at the end of this, there is whole sheets of patterned paper that we haven't touched. I'm not sure if you caught my live this week, but we did a one sheet wonder using just one piece of 6x6. So with all of that additional ephemera left over in your stamp set, you'll be able to make lots more lovely cards. So what we're going to do is I will measure this for you. I'm leaving that all together taped up still, just so that we don't lose any pieces. This spiderweb background and a sneaky little slurp of coffee then. The spiderweb background is 5 2/8 by 4. So 5 2/8 is 5 1/4, isn't it? Sorry. It's me saying that I know all about inches and centimetres. 4 inches by 5 1/4. In centimetres, that is 10.3 by 13.3. Ellen suggests using a dryer sheet on the top of the bottom of the shim, and it works so well for die cuts. Brilliant, thank you, Ellen. Any tips and tricks here are always welcome. Okay, I'm going to pop this die cut back because we do need it for another. I'm actually going to leave the tape on there for our next card. But as you can see, they all just fall out. Now it is a delicate die cut, so it will want to catch a little bit, so it comes into 2 pieces. Come on, out you go. I don't want to run the risk of damaging it. It's all cut, it's just there. Okay, so there we go. There is our thank you, and this is our background piece. So we are going to cut our paper. Now I'm going to cut it in this orientation. Because it's a spider web, I don't think it would really matter if it was the wrong way up, but this is a top fold card base. So I'm going to do some snipping and measuring now. Put you on the 0. So we are, goodness. We are 4 inches tall by 5 1/4 wide. Okay. using the lines on my grid mat to make sure I have these in the right spot. Okay. Just confused myself then. So this is the top fold card, is an A2 size. It's just that instead of in its usual tent format, instead of the usual side fold, it looks like a tent. We will be making our card base shortly, but it's exactly the same as all of the other card bases that we have made so far today. Now I'm just cutting along these lines. Again, if you would rather cut it somewhat larger and then trim it on your paper trimmer to make sure that those edges are super lovely and smooth, I fully understand. Cutting in a straight line has not always been my strong suit, and I certainly do need a line to follow, which is why I always draw the spiderweb pencil lines. Okay, so A2 size, which is 4 1/4. Fold it top down so that it causes the mounting on the inside. And now you'll see your patterned paper sits really nicely in that, just leaving us just a small border frame. But before we stick that down, we're going to attach our spiders. So let's move the card base out of the way. We don't need that right now. So the way that I've done it on the sample is that I've made the corners marry up here, drop quite low, and then twist up to the side. There is no rule. This can be, you could use as little or as much as you like. I just enjoy having a nice big area that once I've put my topper, that the thank you is going to fit all on the black there. So I need it to be low enough. So let me just show you with the want it all. I don't want to have to fight for real estate. So having it nice and low just means that that's all going to fit on there really nicely. So I'm pleased with that. You can go back over there for now. And I'm going to hold these together. Flip them over. And then I'm going to use a pencil to draw the lines of where the paper is going to sit. Okay, so now I can move this away and I know which part of the paper I'm going to be needing. Having done that, I'm going to put adhesive all within these lines all the way around the edges. Okay. Now, I will double check, but I'm sure I haven't turned it, but that everything's the correct way up. So I will carefully flip that over using this corner, looking in this, and then secondarily at this corner. Push this corner down, hold it, and then let that sit in. And now I know that I've got this in a spot. Okay, so now it looks like this from the front. Going to flip it over, use my scissors, and I'm going to cut again as I do with the card base, butting my scissors up along that edge to make sure that my line is nice and straight. Should really be using my larger scissors for this. It's a bigger blade for the paper to sit against and for me to be sure that I am cutting in the straight line that I want to be. Okay. Pop that back. And now we have this front. At this point, we're going to engage our gold. So you're going to need to run some adhesive along these edges. Now this is a lovely slim piece of gold. So I am actually going to just use a little bit of adhesive. You can do as I did before with the release paper, or you can do this, which is just very gently encourage some glue out, or some super skinny double-sided tape would also work. Now I'm going to start with this side. Remember, on the card that we're making, you don't see the corner, so don't worry about what this corner looks like when it's all together. So I'm just going to pop that using the black spider paper as an edge to push against to make sure that line is lovely and straight. Flip it over, do the snip, and then again with this end do exactly the same. Push it up against the spiders and then press it into that glue so that you get a really nice finish. Flip it over and snip off the waste. Okay, so that piece can now go in the bin. And here we are taking shape. This is going to be our area. And now we are going to and we can pop out those little extras. Ooh. From here. Perhaps scissors is not the safest tool to use towards your fingers, especially not when you've still got another lot of cards to make. Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to give you a little tip again. This is approximately where I would like my thank you to sit, I think. But now it's a case of lining up these two so that they are perfect. To do that, we're going to pick up our waist, as it were, and we're going to look roughly, make sure we've got it in the right spot, swipe them away, and then pop that down. And I'm going to use just a tiny little bit of tape just to hold that just for a moment. Connie's accusing Thing of being a little bit of a pest. Okay, let's move our lovely Wednesday up here. I am going to use my glue. Now, a glue pen would be fabulous for this, and I wish that I could say more than just that. Anyway, I'm going to use my glue, and I am just going to pop the thinnest of amount in here, just dotting. I'm not going to try and draw it, just dotting in the gaps. Not in the middle of the A, of course, because that would be far from ideal. But particularly on the loopy bits, where bits are going to stick out and be a bit proud. The alternative is that you can put glue on the reverse of the actual die cut itself. It doesn't really matter which way round you do it. Okay. And now I'm just going to pop these pieces back into their homes. Super quick and gentle. Give it a little bit of a press. If you're doing this as I am with wet glue, you don't want to leave the negative there for very long because you don't want that to start sticking. So as soon as you've got your letters in place, peel away the waste, if you like, so that that doesn't get stuck as well. Out you come. Thank you. There we go. So now we have got our stuck down sentiment, and the thank you is perfectly spaced as we knew it always would be. Let's take that off. Now we're working on the basis that she's all lovely and dry, which she should be by now. We're going to pop some tape runner behind her. I'm actually going to go down the middle as well, just to catch all of those extra loosey-goosey bits that we just die cut. Looking at the edges here, I'm checking to make sure that she is central. And then pop her down and then flip her over nice and quick. The fact that she's not fully supported now from the back because we have die cut doesn't really matter, because it's cardstock that she was stamped onto in the first place, so she's quite well supported herself, and it's such a small area that that's going to be fine. Now I'm going to pop some foam tape behind her. Right, let's trim that down. Pop that there, and we'll grab just a little more. Must say I had this super large roll of foam tape for years, my first roll, and I'm on my second roll at the moment, and I have gone through it at such a rapid rate, and it's brilliant. It's because I'm making so many more cards again, which is lovely, because for a long time I wasn't making, so this is really, really nice. Now I'm going to use my fingers. You can, of course, as I suggested earlier, use your reverse snips. Make sure you snip it over, reverse tweezers, make sure you hold it over where there isn't any adhesive. Line up your edges to make sure you're straight, and then pop that down. So now our card front is actually fully built, and we just need to attach that onto our card base. Because we've got 3D elements here, and I'm going to use a tape runner, I'm not going to try and use a tape runner on the back. I will apply it directly onto the card base. And again, double check, make sure that we open the correct way. I'm going to look at these sides, so I want this edge and these two edges to be equidistant. And there should be about 1/4 of an inch around all edges. There we go, and then we give that a press down. And here we have card number 4 made, which is fabulous. I'm really pleased. I hope everybody's still with me and that we're all making along at the same rate. Going to take another 15-minute break now, and then we will be back to show you the next cards, which I did start to show you earlier. So Liam is going to pull up what was on the email. Not that one. It's his turn. That makes me feel better. Okay. So these are cards 5 and 6 that we're going to be making shortly. For card 5, we're going to need, there we go, he's got it, the black piece of mirror and the narrow piece of black mirror as well, a wider and a narrower, a sentiment strip, the music book, the cello, the music stand, and the broderie. Oh, Shelley's doing great, she's got all 4 done. Brilliant, that's fabulous news. And then for card number 6, which is going to be Wednesday standing in front of her bedroom window, we are going to be using the aubergine, which is the larger of the 2 pieces that you have in your bag. the ephemera window, Wednesday in her ever so comfortable looking cardigan, which I really would like one of, and then 3 of the bats, 1 large and 2 small. And I will see you guys back in 15 minutes. Thank you. See you soon. Hello my lovely, so here we are for part 3 of our Full of Woe card kit class. For this next card we're going to be making, which is card, here we go, card number 5. We're going to be making this one. I absolutely love the cello, anything musical to be honest, and we're stamping birthday yes, happy never on a slant, and then we're just framing it ever so slightly with some of that black gloss mirror, and we have some lace in here just to add in a bit extra. I saw this lace and thought it looked very much like Wednesday's collar on her dress. Not in the most recent show though, to be fair, that's generally just a flat one. Anyhow, we're going to pop this card up to the top corner so that we know what we're working from, and we're going to take a card base. We're going to get the stripy patterned paper. As you can see, our papers are starting to look nicely used. And it is this one, this really lovely, like bubbly, stripy, almost glitter backing paper. Now, I have on the majority of these cards used the mini twinkle as the decoration. You do have the mirror mini circle, which we do use in some others, but of course the shiny I just didn't think was quite so hard with Wednesday, and I thought the moon dust worked well, but if you want to interchange, please do feel free. Okay, so here we have all that we need. We're just going to grab that little sentiment from the bottom. Birthday yes, happy never. And we're going to start off by scoring our card base. Let's get that prepared and done. As with the others, 4 1/4, folding it inwards and then burnishing that down so that we have a really lovely good crease. Okay, that's that bit done. Now I'm going to move all of our bits and pieces here up together so that we don't knock them and lose them. Stamping the sentiment is probably the next step that I would recommend, again just because I'm using a pigment ink and I want to make sure that it has the opportunity to dry before I start manhandling it into where I want it to live on the card. As you can see from the sample, this one is up towards that left hand side. I will pull it in just a little bit so that I have got some space to play with if I'm unhappy with it. I am also going to use my block again. Excuse my head for a moment, but I'm just lining up the line on my acrylic block with the bottom of the sentiment. Flip it upside down. I'm going to get my VersaFine. If it's better for you to use your stamping platform, please go ahead. When stamps are brand new, a stamping platform is a really secure way to go. If you've used your stamps a few times like I have now, they are somewhat primed. They're going to they will stamp better. The dirtier a stamp is, the better it will stamp. If it's straight from the factory and it's still got that final wash on it, it's likely that the ink will pool up somewhat, so you won't get quite such a good impression. And if of course I've misstamped this, I can just flip it over and stamp on the other side. Nobody will know. But that came out pretty good. I'm very happy with that. I'm just going to clean okay, give that a quick wipe over just so that it gets the excess ink off, so that we're ready for our next card. And I will pop it back because we don't want to lose any of these stamps. Okay. This one is going to sit up at the top of our desk where it's not going to get jogged and it can dry. Okay. We're going to cut the pattern paper. It's on this aspect. And we will measure in both inches and centimetres. So the width is the whole width of the card, which is 4 1/4 inches, which in centimetres is 10.8 centimetres. And then we are going to cut down from the top 8.9 centimetres, which is 3 1/2 inches. Okay, so 3 1/2 inches up. Three and a half inches up by 4 1/4 across. I am, as ever, going to slightly overshoot that just so that I have got just a little bit of leeway there. Now, pop these bits all up and out of the way so that I can do my pencil lines. Lining my paper up here on the bottom yellow line on my craft mat so that my pencil mark is on that dotted line. Means that I can lay my ruler down, put my pencil on, line up on either side. Still not quite straight there. There we go. And then draw across. And then I will do the same in the vertical fashion, being sure to keep the paper true to the vertical line, horizontal line, sorry, so that I can draw the horizontal one. Right, there we go. So we have paper with the stripes going across. Going to use my big bladed scissors. Nedra has asked me to repeat the measurement. Let me just snip this, my love, and I will hold the ruler up for everyone to see. Okay. Okay, so with the pattern paper with the stripes going across, it is 4 1/4, although I have cut slightly beyond that because then I have some edge that I can trim. And then it is 3 1/2 inches tall, so that when that's on card front, it will look like this. If you cut it at exactly 4 1/4, you won't have this little overhang piece that I have there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have our broderie, which is really, really pretty, and we're going to attach that to the underside of our paper. Now, broderie is longer than is necessary just so that you've got some space to snip, and the fact that this piece of paper is ever so slightly wide on this card makes no difference whatsoever. So I'm going to pop some adhesive along the bottom. You can use wet glue, you can use any sort of tape really, because it's on the reverse side, so no one's really going to know. But I'm going to pop down some tape runner, and then I will actually extra secure it with some regular tape. Now, when you're adhering this, let's put the pink behind it. From here up is waste, because it hasn't got any of that lace effect. So make sure that when you stick it, that all of this lovely embroidery and the holes are sitting below the edge of that paper. So we'll put that on a line on the grid mat, and then we will make sure that we are getting that relatively straight, so that all of that lovely detail hangs below where you can see that paper is. Give that a little press, double check that we're happy with it from the front, and I think that looks really nice. So now I am actually going to just take some regular sellotape and just pop that along the back, just as an extra adhesive. It's not necessary, I'm sure, but I don't want anything to fall apart when it's on the mantle. Okay, so now when we lay that here, you can see that looks really pretty. We're going to now pop in the narrowest of the black shinies. That's going to get attached along the edge as well, just to give it that extra definition. I'm going to use the wet glue because this is going to be more narrow than my tape runner. There we go. And now I'm going to use the edge of the patterned paper here as a guide. I can put my fingernail up to it and then push that patterned paper on it all the way down, so you get that lovely straight edge. Don't worry about all the extras hanging over. We will trim that all off once it's on the card front and we know exactly where it's supposed to sit when it's at home. Let's just pretend they're not there, okay? But before we get to that part, we will set this up here to dry. Now, I may have to pull you in on the close-up camera on this one. In the background, there is the music book, and it's very difficult to see because we have to have the cameras so bright in here, so you just have to trust me. So I'm going to use a small acrylic block for this because it's just so much easier to be able to twist around. But I'm going to take the music book, pop that out and onto my acrylic block. Now we're double checking the card is the correct way up. We're going to pop that here and we're going to use a watermark ink pad. Now there's lots of different brands on the market. I've always used Versamark and it's always done a lovely job for me. So all I'm going to do is in this lower, I would say lower 2 inches of the card, because essentially that's all you're going to see. In the lower 2 inches of the card, I am going to just twist and stamp. And it's super, super subtle, but I've just popped one here. Going to twist the stamp and put another one nearby. Because this is watermark, it doesn't matter if they slightly overlap. It doesn't matter if you don't get the best of impressions. It's good to go off the edge of the card. As you can see, I am here. It helps make the card look more organic. And just keep twisting and stamping. That's all it is. I'm sure there's like a 60s tune, twist and stamp. Sounds like it should be, shouldn't it? And then keep going until you've just covered over the area here. It's up to you how close or far apart you do them. You may only want to have 2 or 3. And it also, isn't strictly necessary, but I really like the look of watermark stamping. I think it really, it just adds a little something extra where something would otherwise be plain, but it doesn't take away from the main thrust of what you're trying to share with your card making design or your focal point. Okay, I'm going to do one more, and now I'm going to call that done. So I'm hoping if I pull you in on the close-up that we're going to be able to pick this up while it's wet. Or possibly just about, but as you can see there's the little books twisted around, coming off the edge of the page here, just helps it look that little bit more organic. Anyhow, that's now going to be drying, and we can have a look and you can see that that fits over the top. Again, I'm going to pull you in, sorry, you're going to get seasick from all this back and forth. But those little books just sort of peeking out there, so that's ideal, that's come good. So now we're going to put some adhesive on here. I'm going to put tape runner on the paper, and just to make sure, over this plastic where I've put the sellotape, I'm going to put some wet glue. Now it does mean that that's going to be wet for quite some time, but it's I really want that to be stuck and to not go anywhere. Now, in this instance, where my sides are wider and I've got straight lines that run across the card, it's really important that those straight lines remain straight, because if they're slightly crooked, then it looks wrong. So we've got the card upside down. This is on purpose. And what we're going to do is put the top of the card on the desk, and we're going to also put the top of the pattern paper, and we are going to put these so that in the middle they meet, and then we're going to close them. And it is something as straightforward as that. If I can't see from my perspective the card base, and I know that both of them are flat on the desk, that now means that they are going to be stuck, and those straight lines are going to be straight. So at the top it's all smooth and flush, which is lovely. We knew that there was going to be overhang on either side. We cut it all extra. And now that is all stuck. You'll have to give the glue back there a little bit of time, but that is all stuck where it's going to stay. At this point, we are going to trim off extras. So flip it open. And I'm being very naughty using my paper scissors on the broderie here. If you do have a material scissor, do use it at this point, because you want super, super sharp. And now we're going to work the other way again, using the card base as the buffer. To snip all the way up and along. So that's all for the bin. And here we now have our card front. Okay, there we go. And then we have this little bit of movement in this frilly skirt, which I think is really sweet. But that's a really nice tidy way to hide ribbon that still has some movement onto a card. Okay, now at this point, not sure if you're actually able to see, but there are some little bit on the close-up perhaps. There is a peel off, a couple of little peel offs just running, just to add some shiny into that background. So we'll pop those in now. So these are the medium. So second from largest or second from smallest, whichever way you prefer to think. The medium size peel off. And I would suggest, just pick a couple of the lines that you want to accentuate. I'm going to do this one, which is a white line. I'm just going to cover over the top of it. And I've just realised that I've picked up my previous peel off as well. So, right, now that we have just one, we can line that up. And we'll do the same with this off piece here. We'll put you up towards the top. Yeah, and it's just to add a couple of pieces of shine. Okay. You can keep going with that if you wanted. You could have lots and lots of them. I just like to put a couple in just to add a little bit of that gold finish in and on top. Now let's talk about our ephemera pieces. So we have our lovely music stand, we have our cello, and we have the little music book. So this is how we're going to look. Cello is stuck down flush, sorry, the music stand is flush, the cello is lifted, and the music book is lifted. No, it's flush. Goodness. So I'm just going to pop some wet glue to the reverse side, and I think a wet glue is a good idea because it's going to be going over a few different textures here. It's going over the lace, it's going over the paper, the peel off, and the mirror cardstock. So we're just going to make sure they've got a really nice firm press, and now I'm happy that that's stuck down. I'm going to get some foam adhesive for the cello. Okay, pop that in the middle. Ooh, not quite got that size right there, but that's okay because we can use this up top. And I want a really lovely slim piece for that bottom there so that it doesn't sag. Okay, and then I will remove the reverse paper. And I'm just sort of standing it just towards the inside so that the top looks like it's leaning and that it's standing similar sort of height to the stand on the floor. Now you could, if you like, to use a bit of alcohol marker or ink blending, just add a little base, a floor in a grey, a very subtle base. But because I did the watermark stamping in the background, it doesn't really look like a floor. It depends how you want to take it. If you want to make it look like that this is wallpaper and then the floor, that would also work. There is a title in this songbook, so it is to go up this way. Don't think it really matters if you put it the wrong way around. I don't think anybody would complain. But now you can see we have the bones of the card prepared. Now let's do the sentiment. So as you can see here, it's got an angled snip. And what I'll do, show you the way that I did stamp it a bit further in so that I could pull it across, but I do actually quite like it just very straightforward. Perhaps, is that 2/8, about 1/2 centimetre in, and then from here to about here I think would look really nice. Just snip. So that is what we're going to do in that voice. Snip. Put my scissor on one of the dots and then join it up to the other. It means that you never have two snips the same. As you can see on this one, that one was a bit more acute. And now with the piece of paper, the black piece, all I'm going to do is push that point into the far corner and mirror the snip. So I will hold them so that they are at the same angle and then snip. And now I have these two pieces that have got the same angle, and when we pop those down and you stagger the black one back ever so slightly, it just gives it a border. That looks lovely and it looks fine. But as we've got this lovely shiny black here, to pop it behind the sentiment as well, just gives it that little lift, it gives it that little something extra. So I'm going to pop a little glue along the bottom edge here of my sentiment so that I can attach it. Now do bear in mind, this is mirror, so it's going to want to slip and slide. But if I pop it where I want it to go, and a little like Jen said, this still is like it's like a selfie stick, because you get to move it around and position it where you want it with your fingers all being out of the way. So pop it sort of there, and I'm going to stick this one flat. It would be fine if you wanted to lift it up, because you have got dimension here, so you're not going to be standing super proud. Anyhow, I'm going to, as we have been started with this, we will continue. I am on behind that black going to pop in, this was just the leftover of my sentiment strip that I just snipped off. I am going to pop a tiny little slither of cardstock. I'm doing this so that it doesn't sag. This is the sentiment. When I flip it over, it will make sense. If I stuck this down, the top would buckle over. So having just popped that tiny little piece of cardstock, which would have been bin bound anyway, that's just going to stop it from looking like it was half made. So back round to the front now. I'm looking at the birthday and where the beginning of the B is, the edge of my card, and I'm also looking at this black line and making sure that it marries with the lines of the patterned paper. And I think I'm going to pop that just about here. I'm looking at the lines at the top and I'm happy with that one. So give that a gentle press down, give the glue a chance to adhere. I'll pop that in the bin because we no longer need it. Flip this over to the reverse. Have to use my non-stick scissors as I've got glue on the back of that piece there. Snip it all off using the card base as the guide. And now we have our card sentimented. So we're going to jump in with our mini twinkles again. Let's get that. Oh goodness. Craft desk is not agreeing with me. Okay, big twinkle. As per, it's the rule of 3. So we're going to use 3 of the larger twinkles. I try not to have the twinkles going over 2 different mediums. Like if I popped this twinkle just a very small amount higher, it would be over the pinstripe peel off, and it just gives it an excuse to not adhere properly. When it's on one medium and it's flat, it's more likely to stay put and do as it's told than if it's spread across 2. So let's put some of these medium-sized twinkles about. And now we're going up to the dinky ones. Okay, I pop one on the sentiment to make it really nice and bright. Less is more, but I never was very good at that. So don't worry if you're like me and you go over the top. I'm going to call it before I turn it into merely a card of mini twinkles. So here we have the one I made earlier and the one I've just made. Okay, moving on to card number 6. And we have Wednesday standing in front of her bedroom window with some bats and another one of the sentiments. So, as shown earlier, you need your larger piece of the violet cardstock, the window, one of the Wednesdays in her slouchy comfy cardie, and 3 of the bats, 1 large and 2 small. So we need those. And we've got no pattern paper on this card, but we will be doing some Versamark stamping. So let's get the stamp that we need, which is the window. We should have put the book back, and we didn't. We're saying the royal we. Here we go. We'll pop that on my block. Ready? Okay, so we need a card base. I'm going to move all of my little bits up there. And of course we will be using the stamp set, and we're using the U in here. So I will run through the different options for doing that. There's a tiny piece of peel off. These tiny little pieces that we snip off end up everywhere. Okay, well done, Doris. Keeping up. How is everybody? Is the pace good? I wish I was able to have, I think perhaps next time we do this, it will need to be some sort of interactive so that I can sneaky look at your cameras as well to see how you're getting along. Okay, scored at 4 1/4, so we now have our side fold A2 card base. We have our lovely piece of purple, which will home the window, which does actually go on its side. And then we have Wednesday, and we have some bats which you can put in any which way, but this was how we worked it. And then we have the watermark stamp, which is the window, just to keep going. Tracy's just finished 5, brilliant. Shelley said that pace is good. Okay, I'm really pleased. Let me know if you need anything changing up. Now, and don't feel bad to say you need me to slow down, because other people have been keeping up doesn't mean that you are, and that's okay. We all craft at different paces. So, I'm going to Versamark stamp my card base first. So similar to what we just did in the last card, we're going to do that again. It's only the bottom portion that's going to be showing. You can, of course, if you would prefer, move this down and you can stamp up at the top as well. But I've kept the gap to the bottom just to give us lots of lovely space when it comes to the sentiment. So, just stamp to your heart's content. Put the window or the spider web in a circle shape wherever it is you want it. There is no rule. This is fun. And because it's a watermark, if you smudge it slightly, if you go off the page, if you didn't ink it fully, or if you over inked it, it really doesn't matter. It's just a nice little something extra to do. And now that I've put 3 on there, and I'm fine with 3, I think that's enough, I'm going to come in and do the same on the aubergine. Now, is aubergine eggplant? Can anyone help me with that? Is that the same thing, or do you have aubergine here? I can't remember. I feel like it's the same thing, but I would call this colour cardstock aubergine. Okay. Yes, says Tracy. Thank you. It's eggplant. Okay. Okay, so I've nearly done. The watermark shows up really nicely on this. When you've got a dark piece of card, watermark stamping is really, really Ideal. Ah, even Elizabeth in Germany knows. Well, that's put me to shame. Thank you very much, doll. Right. Okay, so I have now watermark stamped both a few, I did 3 on my card base, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There you go, you can see those a bit better. But as you can see, didn't quite catch the edge there, but it doesn't matter. It just makes it look more organic. These ones are more difficult to see, but there is one here, one down here, and one off the side there. Doris says she went crazy with them. Well, good for you. It's fun, isn't it? Next, we're going to stamp the sentiment. Again, I want that to dry. Now, I am going to use my stamping platform for this. This can be a little bit of something. This is something that you need to take your time with. Let's go with that. We're going to do that every day is about gap. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. Now, I'm going to pop this in, and I'm going to put the sentiment down towards the left bottom corner of the card, making sure my base is pushed down and across, so that if I want to stamp it again, that it's not going to fight me to do that. Okay. Now the VersaFine, again, any black ink will do. Kiss the ink pad on there, gentle taps, until you have a good coverage. Splodging it on just makes a mess and wastes your ink and also damages the pad. Now I'm going to give this a close, give it a gentle press. And that's actually done on the first one. So I'm going to clean my stamp. And this next part is where we're going to pop in the word you. Now, there's a few little tips and tricks that we can use when you're using a tiny weenie stamp, and it matters where it goes. Often when you use a tiny weenie stamp, you can just play about and get it in the right spot. But this, because of the nature of it being a continuing sentiment, you need to get it right. So we will take out the itty bitty you stamp, which is over here below the piranha. Now you can put it onto a small block and you can hope for the best that you'll get it in one go. That is probably the way that I would go if I wasn't teaching a class. But to show you, so that you do get it in the right spot, we're going to use the stamping platform. Now, trying with your fingers to put it in, it will stick, it will fall over, it will be a pest. You may want to nudge it into spot with tweezers. That can work, and that might work fine for you. But one of the best tips that I can offer: take your backing sheet off of your stamps or any piece of acetate. It's just that this is what we have on the hand because it's on the desk. And what you're going to do is you'll take your magnet out. Now lay your word on the acetate anywhere face down, so that you is sticking as if you were going to stamp it. So that's face down on a piece of acetate. Now, with your card pushed, with your base pushed in where you want it, move your acetate around until it's in the right spot. Now, I would say about here is the right spot. I'm going to put my magnet over the acetate and the card base, just so that my fingers don't get stuck to the acetate and move it away. Then I'm going to close. Now when I open this, the acetate's going to come, the magnet might move, the card base, all of these things, doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Because you can move that back out, You push your card base in and in. You ink up your sentiment. Give it a gentle press, and it was in the right spot. Okay, and there we have it. So using a piece of acetate will get it in the right place. Okay, right. I am going to put this itty bitty stamp straight back on that stamp sheet because that will run away from me. Okay. Okay, so every day is about you. This one just comes with cake and a bad song. Fabulous way to wish someone a happy birthday. This is still up here drying, doing its little thing. I can see it's still drying and it's got wet patches, but when we get to decide which way up we want it to go, I might want it to go this way up actually, because this area that I've made an error and didn't stamp fully, I have a back going over here, so that can hide it. So let's pop some glue, because it is still slightly wet. I'm not going to lay it face down and put tape runner on it because I don't want it to drag the watermark away from where it is before it's dried. And then I'm just going to place this down. Going to leave a little bit more space at the top than at the bottom, as it were, and the sides. But in the middle of these, with a slightly longer gap at the top. Okay. So now that that's attached down, I'm going to attach my window, and that is also stuck flush. Enid has her side of the room with all the bright, colourful, lovely rainbows. And Wednesday is the I'm all black and white girl. So we'll pop that in the way that it appears. Her head, it's up to you. I almost thought it was quite funny. It's almost like a halo, isn't it? When she's standing in front. It's up to you how far up or down you want her to go, because you can have her all the way down to the bottom so that you see more of the window. Because of the legs with the sentiment, she will fit nicely. It's up to you. But she's going to get popped up, so I will start popping some foam behind her. Essentially, I'm doing this first because I just want that watermark to carry on drying before I put the peel-offs around the edge. Just don't want to upset anything. So, and a little bit for her feet, because we don't want saggy feet. There we go, and we'll do the same behind all three of the bats. Although I appear to have lost one. No, I haven't, it's there. Okay. And a little bit more for that final bat. There we go. So they are all prepped. So we just need to now run the peel off around the edge. And on this one, let's get the sheet. I'm actually going, on this card I use the middle, but I am actually going to use the thinnest on this one. Just to break it up a little and change the aspect. So let's pop those there. As with yours, you can do whichever you please. I am going to stick this onto the card base that surrounds the purple, just so that I can use the purple as a guide and slide and press that in. Snip that off at the corner. this in, and again just run up the edge till I get to the top. Snip that off. It's a very small piece to keep, but you never know. You never know. Okay, and then another one in the same size. Just running around. It just gives that illusion of an extra layer, which makes your card look very detailed. It gives it a frame which the eye really enjoys, but it keeps the weight of it down. So as I say, if you send your cards through the post, you're not going to be hit with heavy shipping charges. So, okay, we have a peel off now that runs all the way around the edge, and it's just a really subtle little shine. So now you get to attach our Wednesday and our bats. I will attach Wednesday first, simply because the bats are there as sort of the decoration to pop up and around her. I'm going to use my tweezers just so that I get to hold and have a good look. I think I'm going to pop her about there. And then the largest bat I put down in this area just because there's a lot of big white space there. Even though it's watermark, it doesn't look as big and white as it does on camera because you can't see the watermark very well. But I followed the rule of 3 with the bats just to keep it, and I'm going to cover right over that mist stamp. That is exactly what embellishing is for, so that nobody knows that you did anything other than what exactly you meant to do. And then the final bat, going to go up like that. And so there we have. That's card number 6. So let's just have a quick recap of all the cards we've made so far. We have card 1, card 2, card 3, card 4, card 5 and 6. So, oh, my face is in the way. Sorry. Okay, so here we're on 6. We will be taking a 15-minute break, and when we come back we will be working on cards 7 and 8, and I will show you which they are. I'm sure Liam's going to pull them up now. Yes, fabulous. Okay, so this is card number 7 that we're going to be creating. And this is card number 8. So for each of these, as you can see in the image, for card number 7, if you could please retrieve your red, pearlescent red stitched rectangle die cut, your wide piece of black mirror cardstock, and one of your Wednesdays from the disco. I've used the one that's covered in blood. You don't have to. Please show card 6. Okay, honey. That's Nedra asking for the 6th card, which is the card we've just made, and that's this one, which is Wednesday on the eggplant, the peel off, and the bats and the window. So I'll pop that there while I carry on so that you've got it on screen. So red pearlescent, Wednesday, the black, they are the pieces from your die cut bag and from your ephemera. And card 8, you need to retrieve your background builder 2 die cut piece. Wednesday in her school uniform dress. I've picked the dark skinned version, but whichever you prefer. And then you have your middle size black border. So they are for cards 7 and 8, which we'll be working on straight after the break. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Bye. Hello my lovelies, welcome back to part 4. So we're going to be making cards 7 and 8. Card 7, as shown just before the break, we have our dancing Wednesday, and then card 8 is going to be Wednesday on this really pretty squashed square or diamond. There's a lot of different positions over what that shape's actually called. Anyhow, let's focus on card 7. I made this originally in a top fold, but we will be making this in a side fold. So let's get straight in. Let's get out all of the bits we're going to need. And that is going to be our card base, some peel-offs, the pinstripes, and the mirror mini circle. We'll pop those behind because otherwise the camera will be staring at them. We are going to be, there's no stamping on this one, unusually. And we already have our ephemera out. We're going to need our patterned paper. Just so that you guys know as well, this is how I tend to kit. I have all of the bits all together in a pot over at one side, and then I can sort of flick through to retrieve out what it is that I need. And I tend to put all of my cut pieces of pattern paper towards the back. I usually have the cover at the front, but as that's been cut, that should probably also drop back. But we're going to be using this stripy piece now, which you may recognise from the email that we sent out earlier this week. But there we go. So this is what we're going to need. Card base, our patterned paper, pinstripes, mini circles, the die, and then our stitched rectangle, and our Wednesday, and our black mirror. Now, we're going to be doing some inlay die cutting. You may have looked at this and thought, where's the black mirror? And it's actually the sentiment here. So we're going to do 2 lots of die cutting on this, and as with the card earlier, which had, let me show you, here's one I made earlier card. We're using that thank you die. So we're going to perhaps need to shim, because as I say, my cuttle bug she's not a young girl, bless her. She's had a hard time. Right, so I'm actually going to start by doing the die cutting, because that, of all of the bits and pieces, is the technique of this card. And it also gives everybody the opportunity to take their time with it whilst I'm assembling the rest of the card. This is the bit that everyone needs to have time for. So, because it is a detailed die, I am taping it down so that I can do the repeat die cutting if I need to. Flipping the plates, running it back through again, and then at least I don't have to worry about its position in case it doesn't cut through fully. Because if it shifts, that's not only highly irritating, but it ruins your card stock. It just adds in unnecessary unfortune. So we're going to run this through in the usual way that I would die cut. I'm going to stop here and send it back through again so that it gets that double cut, and then I'm going to have a look and see how we've done. It's actually done really well, but possibly again just in that same spot it hasn't quite cut. So I'm going to pull the cutting plates to be on top so that it's now upside down to the way that it went through the sandwich the first time. Now I am pulling it through, getting to this point where the die has passed through the rollers and taking it back again. Okay, so there we go, and now you can see that's got a really lovely crisp cut run through it. But I'm going to be very careful as I pull that out and away. I'm going to pull the piece away, excuse my arm across the screen, but I'm just going to encourage this all out, keeping all of the inside parts. It's all very necessary. You don't need to be too careful about where exactly on the black cardstock you die cut it from. As long as you manage to get the whole piece of die cut, it's really not important. Now, this next part, you're going to be die cutting on the red. So, as you can see from the sample card, you have Wednesday on the red, and you have the word thank you. So I would suggest laying Wednesday on the red to make sure you're happy that she's got enough space around her, and then pick where it is you want your thank you to sit, and then tape. These bits of tape have certainly seen better days now. The reason that I reuse the same pieces of tape over and over and over is because I know that they're not going to tear my cardstock or my paper. So we're going to do exactly the same again. I'm going to pop my thank you onto the cutting plate and lay the sandwich plate on top. I'm going to feed that in. Now I have just put this thank you in widthways, which means the die cut machine will struggle a little bit more. It will do better when the die is placed lengthways because the roller hasn't got so much area to focus on. So let's see how that worked out for us. Okay. As it's all taped in, yes, as you can see, it's barely actually die cut anything. So I am going to send it back through that way up. Oh, take that piece before that ends up jamming up my machine. And now I'm going to send it through like this, just to make sure that it's given every opportunity for those rollers to squash that die through that cardstock. Okay. So now, as you can see, that has given it a much better go, but it's just this little spot here. So as I have done previously, I'm going to put the cutting mat on top. I'm going to lay the top plate down, then the die with the cardstock, and then I'm going to roll this through once this way, and then roll it back again. Okay, that looks to have cut really well. However, it's so important that it cuts solidly through that I am actually going to make sure by pushing it through with a small shim. So I'm going to take a piece of card, and this is just any piece of card. A piece of scrap would have been better than my lovely card, but it was all that I had on hand. And what I'm going to do is, as you can see, that piece is just ever so slightly, oh, that tape came away, that was naughty. Okay, I'm going to lay this piece of card directly behind where the metal die is sitting, just so that I can pop the cutting plate back in on top again. And it is a bit tighter, I can actually feel that straight away, and it's just going to push that die that little bit harder. So when you've got a really intricate die, and now that I can see has got a lovely cut all the way through. That is perfect. So I'll take this away, I'll move the big die cut machine out of the way so that it's not in view. Okay, so now we're going to have these red parts try and fall away. Don't lose them, hang on to them, they're super important. That was my little shim, and as you can see it's almost embossed onto the cardstock there now. So I'm going to pull the die out and remove the tape. And thankfully it's all sort of fallen down that way. I'm going to put the die back in here. Didn't even have to tap that very hard at all, and that has all fallen out there. So I'm going to push this all together up here, flip it over to the back. Now, regular tape, we're going to run across the back of the sentiment to make sure that all of the holes are covered in tape. Now we're going from the back in. So that's now, don't press too hard, otherwise the tape will go through. And then we'll come in from that bottom corner to cover off there, and then just a little bit more along the top, just to make sure that we have got all covered. So now when we look at this from the front, we have got all this lovely adhesive exposed. Now this is when we pop out the the beginning part of the thank you. Now reverse tweezers help just because you can see really nice and clearly where it is you're putting your letters, and you just want it to sit back in. Okay, so that's that piece locked in, and now we're just going to make sure that we've popped out all of those waste pieces. And again, reverse tweezer to hold, and then I'm just going to let those, it wants to go into the gap. It's fabulous doing this because it's a really satisfying technique. But now we're going to pop, this is the piece that sits in the loop of the K, so we'll put that back in. So now we're going through filling in all of the red pieces. No, that one's not from there, that is from here. And then you give it a press and it will adhere into that sellotape that we put back there. Nope, that goes in the Y. If it will play ball with me. There we go. I've popped that in there, and that is the inner part of the A, which was silly of me. Let me just use my knife to pop it out. There we go. So, one of the reasons why it's best to try to keep them where they go is so that that doesn't happen. Okay, so that is the inner part of the A. It looks as though they could have been pretty interchangeable, to be fair. We would have got away with it, but now we have this tiny little slither in to pop. There we go, in there. And we have the O loop. Oh, that didn't want to release quite as gently as it looked as though it was going to. So I'm just going to do a little bit of, there we go, tiniest of fibres just hanging on there, not wanting to let go. That one sits inside here. And somewhere I have my little red dot, which has run away from me, that loops from the A. They're the black ones, fabulous, the ones we don't need. Just check in here. Nope, it has run away from me for right now. I bet everybody can see this on screen and are shouting out to me, that is rubbish, that is black, that is also black. Okay everyone, well, oh, is it perhaps still in the dye? Yes, there it is, little culprit hiding. So, when you can't find your piece, it could still be in the dye, but what to do when they're this tiny and when they're still stuck in the dye, which is almost ideal, lay the dye on top and then use your knife to just poke it straight down and it will sit straight where it's supposed to go. So anyhow, we're going to keep this thank you and we're going to pop that to one side to go with card 8. Now because I do have this piece of cardstock on my desk still from using it as a shim, I'm going to lay it over the top and I'm just going to burnish. It just means that all of those pieces get really firmly pressed into that sellotape at the back. Without, if you do this over the mirror, it may tarnish them somewhat. So putting a piece of cardstock over the top first is really helpful. So let's start putting our card together. This we can now get rid of. This is all waste. That can all go in the bin. Okay, we'll pop that up there for now. We will pop her up there. And as you can see, let's start from the bottom and work our way up. So we need to score our card base at 4 1/4. Give it a double slice. Fold it over and give it a burnish. Okay, now the patterned paper, which we're going to snip, I will measure in both inches and centimetres for you all. This is 3 7/8 wide. Oh. By 5 1/4 tall. It's 10 centimetres wide by 13 centimetres tall. So, having read that out, I am now going to do this myself. So it is 3 7/8 in width. I'm going to work on it this way, with the paper with the stripes going horizontally. So 3 7/8 wide. By 5 1/4 tall. Five and a quarter? Yes, 5 1/4. Okay. Now I'm just going to draw these lines in exactly the same way as we've done on each of the other cards. Putting my patterned paper against a line on the grid mat at the bottom, making sure it's straight. Putting my pencil mark against a line that's going from top to bottom, therefore ensuring that my lines are going to be nice and straight. And then I lay the ruler so that it matches over and draw that line. So do the same again going the other way. Make a top to bottom line match up, and then put my pencil mark on another line, and then try to drag that across so that we have our base. Okay. Now, I'm going to just cut along these pencil lines. So we have our patterned paper ready. I'll pop that piece straight back in. Here we have so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to adhere this straight onto my card front. This patterned paper, it doesn't have a right way up or a wrong way up, so that doesn't really matter. And what I'm going to show you is how to create balance on pattern paper like this using peel-offs. So we're going to use the widest of the 3 widths of peel-off. We're going to take it all the way off. This is white with gold finish that comes in your kit. Now, the paper has left a narrower gap at the top than it has at the sides. This is intentional, and it's to show you a technique that's really, really useful to hang on to. So you want to take your peel off and put it on the edge of the paper on the widest side. And I'm going to run it off the edge because we will miter these corners to make them look super nice and shiny and pretty. But I'm going to get this one in the right spot, and I've butt it up, I've pulled it up and against the patterned paper, and I'm using the edge of the paper as a guide as to where to stick it. And then I'm just going to snip that end off here. Now, when it comes to doing the other aspect, which is going to be this side where there is already a narrow gap, but there's more patterned paper, we're going to put the peel off on the patterned paper. And watch what this does to the aspect of the border to the patterned paper. So I'm going to pull you in on the close-up. If you look here, you've got a wider edge on the side and a narrower edge here. And then with the peel-offs, you've now got an equidistant edge all the way around. Ignore this, we will tidy that corner up. But this is one of the magic tricks that you get with using the pinstripe peel-offs, is they cover all sorts of indiscretions. So I'm going to do it again. Because this is the narrower side, I want to cover more of the paper and have more of the white exposed. So I will lay this down, crossing over top of what I've already laid there. And then take that all the way to the edge, making sure that I run over the edge slightly. Trim that off. I will use the other end of this to marry up and finish off down here. So that's done. And on this side, I want to reduce the white. So I am going to start at the bottom because this has got that gold edge to it. And I'm going to pop this directly onto the card because I want to narrow the white area. So this is what I stick my sticker over. Now I'll take one more of the widest. Again, I will just snip off the end of that first so that it will butt up nicely. And there we go, pop that down, take it all the way to the edge. And now we pop the rest of the peel off back on here, so that that one gets to go another day. But now, as you can see, those edges are all the same width. Now to mitre, you take your knife, your blade, whatever it is that, however you like to do any cutting, and you essentially drag from this inside corner here to the outside corner here. There's the join there and the join there, and you want to draw a line with your knife down the middle. So I'm going to just do that. And what happens is it slices through, and then you can just pick out the two pieces of waste. And it looks like a picture frame. It's such a tidy way of cornering your peel-offs. And it looks, it just looks so very professional and clean. It's my favourite way to finish peel-off edges. 1, 2, last corner. So pushing the knife in from the middle and taking it to that outer corner, meaning that it's sliced through both the top piece and the bottom piece. You do need to make sure that there is an overlap between the top and the bottom so that you will get that really lovely finish. But if I pull you in now, I'm hoping that you can see there that really lovely picture frame finish to the edge. Okay, so we now have our cardstock, we have a lovely frame, and we have our die cut piece, and we have our Wednesday, and we have our inlay die cut sentiment. So what we're going to do next is we're going to pop the couple of stripes across the middle, which was also using the widest peel off. So let's do that. We will dry fit our Wednesday in to make sure we're putting the stripes where we want them. And I think perhaps there. So we'll scooch her out of the way. Stick it down. Try to keep it straight, which I don't think I have just now. I certainly have not. Using the lines on your grid mat will really help you here. How is everybody doing? Am I going at a reasonable enough rate? Okay. So we have one, and then I will snip. And now, as you can see from here, I am actually just going to snip this in half and save my peel offs. So I will stick from this edge in. It's probably, I would say, about 1/4 inch down, and then I will do exactly the same on this side for about the same down, so that when our Wednesday goes on top, you will never know that that was not a solid line. Okay, so let's pop those there. She needs a little lift, so we will get some foam adhesive ready to pop up behind her. Okay, save that bit for later. Okay, remove all the backing. And again with the reverse tweezer, just so that I can look without my fingers being in the way. Make sure she's where I want her, and then release the tweezer and press her down. And we've got some of these lovely gold mirror mini circles. Because she was at the party, wasn't she? With like little disco flecks. So I fold it down back on itself so that the corner will pop up. And then just add a few randomly around her. There isn't really any particular rhyme or reason, just trying not to put them in a straight line and try to mix up the sizes that we use. But this is like the decorating bit, this is the fun bit. But I think they are probably very nearly, oh, that one jumped up at me. I think we are about there with those. And now this is stuck directly down. I'll use a wet glue because we've got the shiny sellotape there. And this is a pearlescent cardstock, so it will resist sticking because it won't absorb into the tape as well. So, also means I have a little bit of play when positioning. But there we go. So this is card number 7 completed, and we have thank you. I think is a very nice sentiment to offer to someone. So that's card 7. And now let's move into card 8, which we did incidentally create for making card 7. So here she is, card 8 with the background builder 2 scallop squashed square diamond. We have our Wednesday in her dress with the skull and crossbone pattern. And we have the thank you, which was the waist from our last card. And then we have a strip of the black mirror to run across the centre. So we're going to take our card base. We're going to get the piece of patterned paper that we need. Let's grab those out. Pop this to the back now. So this is the pattern of her dress. This one here. This is a really lovely, simple, quick, easy card to make. So we're just going to dig straight in. And we're going to score our card base at 5.5. Sorry, we're going to score the card base at 4.25 to make a 5.5 by 4.25 card base. Okay. Now, patterned paper. As you can see from this card, it has got the tiniest of frames around it. So, measurements across are 4 1/8 by 5 3/8 in centimetres, 10.5 centimetres by 13.8 centimetres. So, for the purposes of this, 4 1/8, and I want the paper to be in this orientation. So 4 1/8 by 5 3/8. Right, as you've seen me do on each of these cards, I am now going to line these up, making sure that the horizontal line is on a line and that my pencil mark is on another line that I can just pull across my page. I'm going to do the same again here. Okay, pencil lines in, big scissors out, and cut along these pencil lines. Now, okay, there is also no stamping on this one because we have the die cutting. So now we have the patterned paper, which when we sit directly on top of our card base, you'll see it has got this really lovely tiny weeny white frame around it, which looks really lovely and neat, I think. Now I'm going to stick our piece of black mirror across just below centre, bit of an empire line, and I'm going to do that with just some double-sided tape to the back. It is longer than it needs, you know, it's wider than the piece of card, the pattern paper, sorry, so that you've got a little bit of room. Now I have just lined my paper up on the grid lines, and now I'm going to use a line on the mat. Again, if you want to use your reverse tweezer or tweezer, they don't have to be reverse at this point, just so that you can get that extra look. And I'm going to touching the bottom edge onto that line and then laying it flat, because that means you're going to be straight across your card front there. Okay, flip it over, snip it with some non-stick scissors because you did put adhesive on the back of it there. And now we have our belly band. Next up, I'm going to use the peel-offs. This is the widest of the peel-offs that we've got running either side there. Let's take you. And we're going to run, again you can just put the peel-offs where they'll be exposed, because the squashed square or diamond as it were is going to be in the middle. So we'll do this, we'll snip this one in half, pop you down at the edge, butting it up against the mirror, and do the same on the top of the other side. There we go. And now I'll just be sure to turn over and trim off any extra peel off edges that are hanging over. There we go. Now we have our pretty diamonds and our Wednesday. So I'm going to pop some tape runner onto, in fact I'm not, before I do the top pieces, whilst this is flat and I can use tape runner because it hasn't got anything 3D, I will pop this onto the card front. Now, because this is such a tight edge, the technique that I showed earlier with double-sided sellotape works really well. But I'm going to do this same thing. I put my fingernails on the card so that it can't go travelling beyond where my fingernails sit. And I just sort of eyeball very carefully where I believe to be the edge, so that when it goes down you've got an equidistant white border all the way around. Now, at this point, I am going to put some tape behind my diamond and pop this almost touching the top there. Next up, if you haven't already, of course, I can just fish mine out of the bin. To place the thank you, I can use the waist here to get that sentiment down. It's up to you how you want to do it. Another method of getting the adhesive onto the back is, whilst it's airborne and ready to be dropped, you can touch, and I'm not sure if you can tell, but I'm just dropping the glue onto all of the sort of extremities, the bits that are most likely to get caught on the envelope when you drag it in or out. The bits that stick out the furthest, and the bits that are the largest, because they're the easiest to tap down. So, having done that, going to place down, in fact I can just put this down exactly where I want it, and it's only the secondary part that I need to make sure matches to this part. So there we go. I'm using my fingers to sort of mop up any of the extra glue, but I do have one of these which rubs away adhesive, so once it's all dry, you can get rid of any extra sticky that may be there. Now, this one, just going to pop a little bit of glue, the same as I did on that first piece, on all the outer parts, the bits that are all sticky. We do also have some double-sided adhesive that you can stick on the back of cardstock prior to die cutting, so that you're just removing that back piece. But okay, so we lay this on, and then we know now where to put the fa. And as that goes down, then this comes up, and now that is in the right spot. So that can go back to the bin. Pop that back upside down so it's got a fighting chance of next time, and we will put some 3D foam behind our Wednesday. That's a little bit more. So I think she will be happy enough like that. And I'm positioning her so that her head touches the top and the bottom of those embossed dots. Okay, now we're going to pop some of these, of the smallest gold circles, just to highlight the thank you at the bottom there, just to add a little bit of interest and to make it, just to put a little bit of shine on here. As I said earlier, with this being a Wednesday Addams themed kit, she's not much for the sparkle and the bling, is she? So try to keep it low key so that it's in line with her, essentially. I am leaving a small gap in between each circle so that you could possibly stick another one between and they just wouldn't touch. but I'm using the smallest of the gold mirror mini circles. You can do this with a ruler across the bottom to make sure your line's straight. You can eyeball it as I am. You can draw a line in pencil, which you then erase after the fact. However it is you see it fit to. Oh, this one's really stuck on my... There we go. This is one of the good things about using a knife, is that it just about holds onto the tip, which means that it's not too tricky to get it to come off again. Okay, nearly there everyone. I think I'm going to call that the last one. And now let's flip it round the other way. And now it looks like we have some of these just little sparkly extras. Oh, you see, I'm going to be finding a piece of peel off like that everywhere. Need to stick them in the bin. Okay, so we have cards 7 and 8 completed. When we come back, we'll be doing cards 9 and 10. And I am thoroughly impressed to all of you that have stayed here till then. Right, so here's card 9 and here's card 10. This is what we will be making as card 9, which I think is fabulous. This is possibly my favourite. It may well be, because it's got blue on it. But this is what you're going to need. You have your window of silver glitter. Your ephemera pieces are going to be Wednesday in the school uniform with the plaid. You have the little bag of piranhas. I mean, this was such an epic opening scene for a programme, wasn't it? It was brilliant. Then you have the 3 larger piranhas and then 2 of the smaller piranhas. So they are the ephemera pieces you will need for this card, which is card 9. We'll leave that out. And just so that you can get prepared in the break, this is card 10, which is the second piece of aubergine or eggplant, which is slightly smaller. And the ephemera pieces, this is a way to show you how to use lots of ephemera pieces. So we have a large bat, a small bat, we have a music book, a small piranha, a small leaf, a thing, a piranha bag, the small leaf in the other colour, just to mix it up slightly, and then one of the small dahlias. And we'll be making that card. So I will pop these to one side for now. This is what will be on when we come back. We're going to take 15 minutes now. So have a little rest. Get your workspace somewhat clear again. That's exactly what I'll be doing. And then we'll be coming back together to do card 8. Until then, see you shortly. Hello my lovelies, welcome back for part 5 and the final part of our class today. We're going to be making cards 9 and 10 now. These two are, let me just quickly show you them again. We'll just flick over to the overhead. There we are. So we're going to make this one first. This is 9 and then this is 10. There's no patterned paper whatsoever on this one. And there is stamping, but it's only watermark stamping. And then we have a small strip of patterned paper here at the back. But other than that, there is a little bit of stamping, and the peel-offs are going to be the hero in amongst the tiny pieces of ephemera. So this, as I said in part 4, this is my favourite, I think, of these cards. probably because it has the blue. But we'll do as we did before. We'll pop the made card up to the top corner, and we're going to take our 9th card base from those supplied in your kit. It won't come to me. Okay, and we're going to score this to make it an A2 card base. I really hope everybody's enjoyed today. I want to emphasize that while we're making here. The comments so far look as though people have been having fun and they've kept pace. I know that we've got some internationals that have had to drop out, and there are others that I was messaged, you know, long before we started about how they were actually away today and they wouldn't be able to participate, but we're looking forward to the replay. So this will be available for you to watch again and again, so you can make these cards with different ephemera pieces and continue enjoying. As I said, we will be having a discount code for all of the additional pieces that we've used, like the stitched nested dies, the vellum that's self-adhesive, the specialty cardstock. Anyhow, back to this card. We're going to grab our Piranha stamp and we're going to pop that just onto an acrylic block, and we're going to get our Versamark. And similarly as we have done with the other backgrounds, we're just going to get some Versamark on our Piranha and stamp it randomly around. I will twist it ever so slightly, but not a lot, because it's not it's not a random shape, is it? And I don't know if you've seen, is it a school of Piranha? I would guess so. They tend to all swim in a formation almost. So having them all round the same way and somewhat equidistant is not going to be a bad thing. But we will, following feedback, of course, please do, if you have a moment, leave a review on our website on this class. If you've purchased it, that's always really helpful. But we do have another class scheduled for October. We haven't yet released this, so you're getting the information first. But we have another class, and it's going to take both Saturday and Sunday, because we have other instructors that have been really super keen to join in and do one of these special edition classes. So it's going to have a very slightly different format, other than it's going to take place over a Saturday and a Sunday. Now, we've got a few more to stamp here. If you have made any cards today from your kit and you are happy to share them, please do. Remember, we've got our Love from Lizi Facebook group. There are lots of really lovely card making groups all over, Facebook particularly. But you've also got Instagram, TikTok, anywhere that you share, please feel free, because these are super fun cards and really topical with how Wednesday has just been re-released. So I have now just stamped, I'm going to pull you on the close-up here, and you can see when I tilt it slightly to the side, I have stamped my Piranha, somewhat organised, random fashion over that piece of card. And I'm going to pop that over here to dry now, while I deal with this piece here. So our window, we're going to pop up. I'm going to use this piece of tape here. So yes, my thing has always been 10 cards, 1 kit, ever since I started, even before I had Love from Lizi as a company. When I used to make with other company card kits, I used to always try to make the suppliers go as far as possible by making 10 card videos, and I've really enjoyed at making these 10 cards and kitting for this as well. So our intent for our next class is I will still make 10 cards, and we will have other designers make cards as well. So you will get an absolute bundle load, and we will actually make the next kit much bigger. That's all I'm going to say at this point. It is designed, but I am yet to design all of my cards. But I am super excited about that one as well. And it will, similar to this one, be a limited edition. You will only be able to get certain aspects of the kit if you do the class. So I've just glued down the little piranha bag next to her hands. Look at her looking all innocent and sweet with piranha in her hand to dump in the swimming pool. And that was the reason actually that I did the card in blue and silver with the arch, because when I think of the swimming pools, I think of the arched walkways through. I don't know if that's just me, but with the silvery colour, sort of like, you know, the handlebars and the steps to get in and out. It was there was method to my thinking when putting this card together. That, and I love any excuse to make with blue. So I'm just popping some foam tape behind her. This is quite a 3D card here. And we're just going to pop a little bit under her feet so that they don't fall, or we might have to take a nick out of that because she has got a tiny little piece. It's one of the things, it's one of my pet peeves with ephemera, when there is a big chunk of white that doesn't need to be there. So with our ephemera, as you can see, we've cut the hole between her leg, between her feet there, so that her feet, oh gosh, I'm tired now. Can you tell I've been making 10 cards and chatting all day? So we've cut the space between her feet just so that there's not a big expanse of white. Anyhow, we're going to attach her straight into the middle. And I'm going to use my reverse tweezers to position her nice and central. Okay, so this is still somewhat damp, so I'm just going to give you an idea. We'll pop that down pretty much in the middle, equidistant at the top and bottom and either side. And then we will be attaching down these piranha. Now, you can place them wherever you like. It's whatever you want to do, how you like. I have put one on top here, ever so slightly, just so that there's a little bit of tying the front into the back. And then the rest I have just stuck directly down. So I'm not going to use my heat tool. If yours is still damp at home and you don't want to stick it because you're fearful of smudging it, just blast your heat tool over the top. I won't, because I will be super careful, but feel free. It's just that it's noisy and it's not much fun to watch. And I like to think that I will be mindful of the fact that it is somewhat damp. Now, using the tweezers so that I can see clearly where all my gaps are. Try not to stick my hair in it. And there we go. Now, in our next class, we will be using some more products, some different products. I kept this one as simple as I could so that it would be inclusive for everyone. I didn't want to have too many complicated items. I think we're going to go with that. Okay, so I'm just going to start getting some glue. I will use wet glue so that I can skid them in a little bit. If you put too much foam tape behind your arch, you do get somewhat restricted on where you can tuck them in. You could stick them in first before you adhere your arch down, but I think it's better to have everything stuck beforehand so that you know which spaces you really want to fill in. And I do try to have them hang over the edge somewhat, just so that it looks a little bit more organic. Hanging over the edge and tucked behind makes for a more organic appearance. And I'm going to try to not have these one on top of the other, so I'll pull this one across here a little bit. And then this one, because I'm going to pop it on top, I will put glue here and foam tape behind the tail and these bottom fins. So I'll get some tape and start snipping some small pieces to add some support in down here. Okay. Is everybody up to lovely things this weekend besides making fun cards? Let's see how we're all going. Of course, I'm not expecting everybody to down tools to answer my questions. It's only in case we have any lurkers that are not part of the class. If they want to join in a little, please feel free. Okay. So, I have what looks to be rather peculiarly added some tape around these outer extremities and at the bottom, but it's because this part here, I'm going to pop some glue so that it will attach on the corner of the silver. Okay, so removing all of the backing pieces now. Going to flip that over. Grab with my reverse tweezer somewhere that there isn't any adhesive, and I'm carefully going to just pop that down on there. Okay, now I'm going to remove all of the rubbish away, move the glue out. I'm going to flip over the card panel. Again, I'm still being mindful that my Versamark is probably not fully dry. And I'm going to snip off these additional piranha pieces. And now I have this card front, which I think is really good fun. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use some wet glue. I'm going to cover the card base. And as you can see from that, I hope, perhaps I should pull you in on the close-up. As I drag that across, I squeeze it and hold the nib really close so that I don't get a big bead of glue. Now, using that same technique that I used earlier from the overhead camera is probably easier to see. I am going to put the corner, the folding corner, down, and I'm going to put that same side down, and I'm going to make those two edges touch on my cutting mat, and then I'm just going to close them like a book. pushing the sides together here using the cutting mat as a guide, and then closing it all the way up, because if you've got anything that hangs over, as you can see I do here, you can trim off this side. You can't trim off that side because that's where your fold is. So we'll give this a really good press. And let's get our trimmer and going to very carefully encourage all of my embellishments under the guide. Push it down underneath the trimmer so that it is all the way in and flat, and then trim it so that that white disappears. Open it back up again, slide it back out, and there we have our finished card. So that is card number 9. Okay, moving on to card 10 now. So this is card 10, and the items needed are the more square piece of aubergine and these pieces of ephemera. Now, I love to put little pieces of ephemera into our ephemera packs, and this is just an optional way to use them. It's the same for stamps. If you've got lots of small stamps, if you use a shape as a guide and then just fill it in with your pieces, it's so much fun. It really is enjoyable. So here we're going to need our stamp set. We're going to need an acrylic block. We are going to need our card base, our final card base. And we're going to be using the mini circle peel-offs and the pin stripes. Plus we have some patterned paper that we're going to use, and that is the black cobwebs. So we have actually still got a complete script, the cello with the typewriter, the Wednesday and the cello on the black, this really stunning piece with the windows, and then these are all of our pieces that we're using some of. And we're going to use a little bit more of this one, and it just goes to show, don't throw the scraps. You can make such lovely cards from just a small amount of pattern paper. So this is what we're working towards. And I think the first things first, we will make our card base. So I'm going to move these bits and pieces up here over to the side. I'll pop that one up there in its little home, and we'll put the ephemera together there. So let's score at A2, which is 4 1/4 inches. Okay, give that a burnish. Oh, wrecking the place now that I know it's the last card. Okay, so I'm going to stamp the sentiment directly onto the card base, and I'm going to do this with my stamping tool because it's my card base. I don't really want to get it wrong. I want to make sure that if I don't quite stamp right, that I have a little bit of opportunity to fix it. Now, I'm going to be putting my eggplant / aubergine piece here. Yes, and so I'm going to want my sentiment towards the middle, and this is birthday yes, happy never. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm going to move the magnet a bit closer to this edge because that's the side that always wants to jump up. And now I'm going to use my VersaFine again. and then close it gently and kiss those sides. Give it a nice little press. But that has come good first time. I don't feel the need to re-ink that. When it's a super delicate sentiment or stamp, I really am not a fan of when there is too much ink on it. And it's so easy to do when they're tiny and thin. So, there we go. We have cleaned up our stamp. Going to get put back on our sheet. As you can see now, the stamp set is very well loved, which is always really nice. I love the look of a well-loved stamp set. So let's work on, we'll let that sit up there drying, and we're going to work on this panel. I have a bit of a scuff on that side, so I'm going to turn it over and use the other side, and we're going to watermark stamp this. Now, because we've got so many different icons here, I thought it would be really fun to use lots of the different icons that we have on the stamp set. So we've got the piranha, we have got the music, we've got the cobweb in the corner, and we've got the spider. So we're going to use all of these little stamps. This is quite a large one, so I'll leave that be, and we've still got the piranha on the box from the last card. So what we're going to do is watermark in the corners. Now, I know we've used this technique on a lot of the cards now, but watermark stamping, as I say, I think is a fabulous technique. It just adds a little something without it being too much and without it being over the top. So I am going round and stamping on some spider web corners on all 4 of the corners. And then once I've done that, you can do this as you please. If you want to stick with just one of the stamps, then go ahead, but I like the idea of using as many of the stamps that we possibly can. So I'll pop that one back now that we're done. I am next going to stamp a couple of the piranha. Now, when you're doing a random, as it were, remember this is going to be this way up. I would suggest you start with the biggest and work from the middle out. So I'm going to pop one piranha there towards the top and in the middle, and I'm going to stamp another one down here towards the cobweb. And I'm not sure that I'm done with the piranha, so I'll pop that there. Now I'm going to move into thing. I'm going to stamp one there. I'm actually going to stamp 3 of thing because he's not featured very much at all in today's making. Okay, so I've stamped 3 of thing. Now I'm going to take the music book and I'm going to fill in some of these gaps. But don't worry if there are a lot of big gaps, because you've got that spider. The spider is great for filling in any awkward gaps you might have. So now I've got 3 of the notebooks. Now I've got a gap here which is too small for any of these icons, so I am done with these larger ones. So I'm going to pop these back onto my stamp sheet. Oh, that was upside down. Okay, and now I'm going to pop my spider on. And I'm putting my spider towards the top of my stamp block so that I can really look through the block to see where the spider is landing. Make sure it's in the gap that I want it to be in. And again, it doesn't matter if they overlap. It's not a big deal. The spider can also be in any orientation, which helps. So it could be running up, down, left, right. Whichever way it's going to fit the best. But there we go. I'm just going to have an extra one here. And I think I'm going to call that done. Now, it's very dry here, so I have to close that up super quick. Pop my little spidey back on here. Now, I'm going to pull you into the close-up camera because it shows better. And I hope that you can see our watermarks. Now, if you're an embosser, at this point, that's all wet. If you want to tip over a load of embossing powder and create that as a separate, almost looks like a little tarot card, doesn't it? But it's like a little Wednesday themed ATC card. That's great. And what we will do is we will set this over here to dry as well. Now, that's going to go up there. While we're waiting for that to dry, we will do the patterned paper. So, for those of you that are still wanting to measure, with our last card, we cut the 2 strips. This was the first card we made. Cut 2 strips from there, so we know that this is the width of the card, which is great. And all we're going to do is chop this depth along that same piece. So in inches, it is 1 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 5/8, and in centimetres that is 4 centimetres. So let's do this. Flip it over. 1 5/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get my pencil. Mark that in. And it's going, of course, to drop down from here. Okay. There we go. I'm going to use my large scissors again. And just cut along these pencil lines. Okay, patterned paper back in the pot. And now we will move to one side our drying. And now this will sit behind. So it is fair to say that we are sticking from the top about 1.5 inches down, if you want to have measurements. So, oh yeah, 1.5 inches down from the top is where we're going to stick this piece of spider web, and it doesn't matter which way up the paper goes, whichever way you prefer. Using the lines on my cutting mat to make sure I get that straight across. Give it a nice press, and then I'm going to use the middle-sized pinstripe. And again, as you can see here, you only actually need a very small amount. So I am going to stick on the cardstock, pushing it up against the patterned paper, and give that a snip. And then I will be doing the same at the top. And snip again. and then on either side here as well. And it just means that I have managed to use this one piece of leftover peel off and made it appear as though all of these edges have been covered, because look, when we pop that in front, no one would know. So at this point I'm going to open it up and snip off the extras of the peel off and the pattern paper. Okay, so we are all nice and tidy now. And at this moment in time, we're going to run the peel off around the edge, the inside edge of that purple. So running a peel off along the edges of something is a good popular one. It's a solid, but putting it on the inside just to give it a frame and a lift, I think is great. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold the peel off, as I showed earlier, about 3/4 of an inch sticking out from the top of my finger, and then stick the last in there so that the rest can sit in amongst my fingers where it's not going to do any damage. And then I'm going to put down the piece, end piece, where I want it to go, and then I put my finger on it when it's in the spot it needs to be in. And then I let it unravel from my hand and press it as I go. And now I'm going to snip it where I want it to end. Spin it round, do the same again, and push the edge up to the side of the peel off. Use my finger to hold it in position while I let the rest fall down. And now I have my second. Going back in with my scissors and snipping that extra piece off. Now at this point, when I'm doing something that is so fine, I am not going to try and butt these up. There will be an opportunity to use that extra piece another day, but it doesn't need to be today. So here I am again, butting that up to that piece, using my finger to anchor it down while I guide the rest in a straight line, and then come in and give it a little snip right up along that edge. And then hold it down and take it all the way along until it matches up with that first corner, and then I tuck my scissors in between the two to give it a little snip and put the end back on the sheet. And here we go. We now have our framed piece, which is going to look really pretty. Oh, this bit's had a bit of a wander. There we go. It's going to look really pretty when it's popped onto that card base there. I mean, even like this, you could put a small piece of ephemera in the middle and call that done, but we're going to keep going. So there's lots of ways that you can do this, and it is a it's a case of playing and dry fitting. But I'm not going to copy this one exactly, just to show you that it is it's what fits and how you want it to look. So putting the bigger pieces down first, I find, is always helpful, because then it means that you can get the other pieces to fit around them. And I think I'm going to go with that, which is different to what I have over here. But what you want to try to do is keep approximately the same sort of gap in between the pieces as best you can. Obviously there are some that it's unavoidable, that they're going to be a bit closer than others, but this is how, yes, I think this is how I'm going to put these ones down. I don't want any touching. I don't want any touching the outside frame or one another. And I'm going to lift them out one together to adhere them in one go. But I'm going to show you as if you don't, because it isn't necessary. It does mean this does take a little longer this way. But I like using foam to lift them all up, keep them looking a little bit separate and like they're floating. So now we have the book. These are our deeper foam squares as well. So they really do lift nicely from the card. Okay, going to move around to the piranha. Because there is so much that's 3D, trying to support all the tiny weeny little pieces isn't actually that necessary, because all of the other pieces that are surrounding it are protecting it for us, because it's not all sticking out and exposed. So I will pop a couple just so that there's lots of adhesive holding. We don't want them to fall off. But I think this is a really great way, if you haven't used much of your small ephemera, just to get some of it out and get it on a card. It all needs to be played with. I'm not sure if I mentioned, but we did say that we would be having exclusive items to the card class. And the exclusive item on this occasion is the stamp set. We won't be re-releasing the stamp set. We will be having the ephemera and the papers in our next release. But the stamps, if you bought the class kit, you obviously have your stamp set, but they were a limited edition. So I really hope you enjoy them. We wanted everybody that signed up for this class to feel special. So yeah, we've kept them as a very limited edition extra. Right, so I'm going to pop the leaf up. And we are very nearly there now. Leaf. And now we have the little piranha bag. Okay. There we go. So now I'm in a position that I can adhere this to the back, and I'm going to get this down on here so that the glue can start drying and doing its thing, whilst we do the final piece of decoration. Okay, we're going to pop some of the mini circles in here. Now, I'm only going to use the 2 smaller sizes because there's a lot going on already. I will start with the larger, which is my natural penchant anyway. And what I'm going to do is, with the larger ones, I am just going to look for a gap, and I'm going to try not to go in the centre of it. If you go directly in the middle, it ends up looking like it's all very regular, and this is a very irregular card. We want it to be evenly spaced, but we don't want it to, the eye, to find a pattern. So I'm going to call those our large spaces, and now with these smaller ones I'm just going to go around filling in any extra gaps, and it just helps tie everything together a little bit. It's absolutely not necessary if you don't want it, oh, stuck the wrong way, if you don't want it to be a shiny card, then by all means, sorry, my OCD got me there, I have to take these off in lines. With the smaller ones, it doesn't matter if you want to be more in the middle, I don't think. But you just don't want to end up pattern forming. That's all I will suggest. In any area where it looks like there's a gap, pop a little circle in it. Now, if anybody else has managed to make all 10 cards today, I am thoroughly blown away that you've kept up and you've kept with me. Card making marathons is one of my things. I thoroughly enjoy it. But that doesn't mean that you necessarily like making as many as I do in one sitting, so well done. If you're watching this on the rerun, I hope you enjoy and that you've managed to make along as well. Let's just pop another one in here. Thank you very much for supporting us. We are a small business. We really do appreciate everything that everyone does and says for us. It's really, really lovely. But here we go. So this is the card we've made today. This was my example card that I made. What do we all think? Let's have a look at all 10. We will start at the beginning and work our way along. Not quite sure exactly which order we made these all in now. We're going to have to lose my face for this, I'm afraid. Just so that we can fit them all into the page, hopefully. She says, running out of space very quickly. Eek! Okay, here we go. These are our 10 cards. Now, this is very much out of my comfort zone because I like all shiny and sparkly and beautiful and bright. So making something that's still giving a nod towards the Wednesday Addams, you know, the dark and the mysterious and the gothic. This was real good fun and it was a real good challenge to come up with. Now, I've really enjoyed myself. I really hope all of you have. And I love it that everyone... Oh gosh, there's so many people that have managed. Oh, I'm really pleased that so many of you have managed to keep up and make along with me. That's really, really good effort. It's been a long class. Our next one in October will be over a weekend, so it'll be a Saturday and a Sunday. There will be my 10 cards. There will be cards from some other special guests. I'm not going to say anything more at this point. But the kit is going to have a lot more products. It will still have my fully kitted class, as you have done with this one, but there will be further products, and we will be doing more techniques as well. So this time, because it was our first virtual, I didn't want to expect too much of people with additional supplies, and I'm really, really pleased. I've really enjoyed myself. I hope that you all have as well, and I will invariably be sharing more cards with the papers and the ephemera, because we still have so much left over. But yes, the stamp set is a special little treat for our lovely attendees. Thank you ever so much. We are back on Tuesday with our release. It is September, so it is our super kit. Super excited to share that with you. And we will be sharing that, and then we will be live again Tuesday week at 11 AM in our usual slot. The only reason we're not live this week is because we're releasing. So thank you ever so much, everyone. Have a great weekend, what's left of it, and please share all your cards. I really want to see, especially if you've made anything a little bit different as well. I'll be super excited to see that. Plus, of course, any other cards that you make with the leftovers from your kit, because there still is so much to make with. I hope you've been inspired and that it's helped you want to get into your craft area and get making and coming up with some extras. But anyhow, until next time, make something beautiful.